Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually by electronic means through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing can watch it on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants are automatically muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant is unmuted by city staff, one person at a time. We ask that you mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you are reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. City staff will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. For all those who are waiting online, please ensure that you have called in with the phone number that you originally registered with. If you call in with a different number, you will not be able to speak on the item. To ensure audio clarity, I suggest that you do not use the speakerphone function on your telephones. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Alan Smithies and I will chair today's meeting. Joining us on the panel today are Ron Hunt, Asif Khan, Paul Kidd, and Nadini Sankar Peralta. City staff are also present. Simon Lamb, Chris Pereira, Sam Mozignani, Daphne Davis, and Alex Chu. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because Committee of Adjustment and the T-Lab will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the committee's decision, it may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, T-Lab, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. The hearing procedure is as follows. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak on the item. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the agent or applicant, is given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute limit. When addressing the committee, please state clearly your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters described in the application. The applicant or agent proceeds first and will make their presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. To ensure that a revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes, the committee may decide to defer the application if it has been substantially revised. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application are invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. This marks the end of discussion on the item. The application is then taken into committee for a decision. Are there any committee members here this morning who have a conflict of interest that they would like to declare? None? Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, I don't believe we have any files to close. Thank you. I understand we have a number of deferral requests. First thing in the morning, we will deal with those ones first. The first one on the list is 24 Southgate Avenue. Let me just find out who the agent is. I have Stephen Kirschenblatt is the agent. Are you there, sir?
I am.
Yes, hello, sir. Can I get your full name and address?
Kirschenblatt Urban Architecture. My business address is 20 DeBoers Drive, Toronto, Ontario, M3J0H1.
Sir, can you just speak up a little bit? We're having a little trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry, I'm having
that's
bit
okay.
of trouble hearing you.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's okay. It's on our end. Thank you. Sir, can I just ask, before you start, looking through your file, there was a planning report associated with your file dated the 1st of September, which was recommending deferring your application, I guess, to revise the notice and variances. Could you just explain your reason for the deferral?
The applicant wanted to make some revisions to the design and to the application, and which triggered, maybe potentially additional variances. Planning staff would rather, because it was late in the request to look at the changed design, the planning department would rather ask us to defer it, to review it completely, and to bring it back to the committee.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on the deferral request, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I motion to defer this application sine die to allow the applicant a chance to revise the design and variances and come forward with something new.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been deferred to the next available meeting so that you can revise your application and the variances in consultation with city planning. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members.
Our next one is item number Item number 11, 21 Sandringham. I have two people registered to speak. The agent is Marin Zabzuni. Are you there, sir?
Yes, good morning. Marin Zabzuni at 1140 the Queensway.
Yes, thank you, sir. Could I get your full name and, you've given us your name and address. Thank you. I just note on your file, sir, that the only recommended conditions from staff are from urban forestry. Can I get your reason for requesting the deferral?
Yes, one of the neighbors wants to review some changes with the homeowner, and we were also in discussion with city planning as well, a little bit of back and forth, so we still needed a bit more time to come to a conclusion that works for everybody. So that's the reason for the deferral.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we have one person registered to speak here. I have a Marie Claire Roche, R-O-C-H-E. Are you there? Marie Claire Roche or Jeffrey Roche? Yeah, Jeffrey Roche, are you there? Jeffrey Roche, are you there?
Jeffrey Roche was on the call, but I cannot see him anymore.
Okay, so we'll take him off the list. Okay, thank you.
Let me try one more time. Jeffrey Roche?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Roche, are you
Yes.
there?
Yes.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Jeffrey Roche, please do not unmute yourself.
There. Okay. If you could hear me now, sorry.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Jeffrey Roche, 23 Sandringham Drive.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you have any objections to the applicant's request for a deferral?
No, as a matter of fact, we're very happy.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this deferral request, please? Mr. Hunt.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, there is another person, Alia Hashim, who wanted to be on the list, on the late submission.
Sorry.
But she's not on the call, so I think you can move on.
No, they were removed. On item 11, remove.
No, on
Ravinder.
item 19, you can see at the end.
This is
it
item
says,
11.
Alia Hashim.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But she's not on
Oh,
the
I'm
call.
sorry. Okay. Aliyah Hasham. Do we have Aliyah Hasham?
No, she's not.
Okay,
Or
well,
he.
take her off the list then. Okay, could I get a motion on the deferral request, please? Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the request of the applicant's agent, I move for a deferral sine die in order to allow additional questions and comments from neighbors and the planning department.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second that? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been deferred to the next available meeting so that you can discuss your application with city planning and the affected neighbors. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Our next deferral request is item number Item 13, 589 Sudan Avenue. I have two people registered to speak. The agent I have as Mahir Manios. Are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Mahir Manios.
Thank you, sir. Can I get your address, please?
Number 1, Teakwood Grove, Toronto, M3B 2H9. I'm the agent for the owner.
Okay, thank you, sir. Could you, let me just go through your file here. I note that there is a couple of reports on file with your application. There's recommended conditions from urban forestry, and there is a report from city planning dated the 1st of September recommending a number of modifications to your file. I just wanted to ask, sir, if you've had the opportunity to review those reports.
I haven't seen the one from urban forestry, but I will check on that. I have seen the one from city planning, but we've had the owner has had continued discussion with the next door neighbor to the west, number 585, until yesterday evening, and we still need a little bit more time to reach a consensus, which might require some modification to the application, and that's why we're requesting a deferral.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Okay, we'll go back to, there's a couple of other people listed as speakers. I have a Jonathan Clifford. Are you there? Jonathan Clifford, are you there?
I am, Chair. Good morning.
Yes, hello. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Jonathan Clifford, I'm at 585 Sudan Avenue, Toronto, M4S1X1.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you have any objections to the applicant's request for a deferral?
None at all, Chair. We look forward to continuing dialogue.
Okay, thank you. I have one other speaker, Catherine Popevnik. Are you there?
585 Sudan Avenue, Toronto, Mary for Susan 1X1.
Yes, madam, do you have any objections to the applicant's request for a deferral?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this deferral request, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put forward a motion to have this application deferred sine die to allow the applicant to discuss the application with the neighbors and possibly revise his application.
Thank you. Someone second Mr. Kidd's motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been deferred to the next available meeting so that you can discuss your application with the affected neighbors as well as city planning. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go back to our regular agenda. We're on item number 1, 64 REINER Road. I have one person registered to speak. No, 2 people registered to speak. The agent is Glenn Rubinoff. Are you there, Mr. Rubinoff?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, thank you, sir. Could I get your address, please?
Yes, it's 18 Gloucester Lane, Toronto, M4Y 1L5.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just going through your file, I note that there's a couple of reports from staff here. There's one from Urban Forestry. The report from Urban Forestry is recommending refusal due to the removal of a privately owned silver maple tree. And there's also a report from City Planning dated the 1st of September of this year, which is recommending that your application be refused. I just wanted to ask, sir, if you've had the opportunity to review those reports.
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to make a presentation to the committee then, and I would suggest that you focus on the urban forestry and the city planning comments.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the committee. This is an application for a lot severance at the corner of REINER and Yeomans Road. It's a fairly, I was actually quite surprised by the comments from city planning, just because of the nature of what we're proposing, being one of the 5 largest lots in the neighborhood. We are not comparable. This is an formerly R6 zone, which is a 40-foot frontage requirement, 12 meters, and we're proposing a lot frontage of just over 10 meters. And the whole nature of this lot severance is that it fits in with comparables that have been done on the street in this area. A lot of the discussion in the staff report is including lots in their study which fall into a different zone, which is a former R4 zone, which is 50-foot lot frontages. So they're pulling some data, and also some of the references appear just, they're referring to character of the area. And I know that I've been involved with several severances in this area, and I don't find this to be anything that's going to destabilize the neighborhood in any way. In fact, you can just look behind this lot, behind 64 on Yeomans. They divided their backyards to create a 3rd lot, a small, tiny lot, right behind this lot, and that went through consent and approval to create a tiny lot right behind them, which is more out of character in my mind than what we're proposing. The other thing that we talk about, and the only metric she measured was, or the area planner measured, was the lot frontage. But she neglected to point out that the lot area requirement of 371, we will exceed that. I think we're at 491. I believe we're a much larger lot than what's required in the area. So in terms of metrics of determining whether a lot is undersized or something not comparable, I believe that this study was inaccurate in pointing out only things to support a refusal, but not actually pointing out the full facts of the area and what's being redeveloped. She points out side yards, which again, side yards that we've requested between the buildings still allow, especially on a corner, allow for access. She was concerned about access to the rear. We do have side access along the exterior corners of this building, each building. So they both have proper access to the rear yard. It's not the variance we have for the 0.6 is between these two buildings and not adjacent to the neighbors. The other things I want to point out are the forestry comments with regards to the removal of a silver maple tree. We've submitted a report. We've started with forestry on this quite a while ago, and submitted a report. And one thing that's not really discussed here is there are several trees along the roadway, along Yeomans, and nothing other than whether we were to build a single house or a pair of houses. Sometimes trees are in locations of footprints, and we can't avoid it. We just have to request a removal in some cases and a replanting, and we are proposing to plant several items on this. So forestry did write a report, but they also did write, if approved, these are the conditions that we'd like to see. So of course, any application before you, usually if there's a recommendation, it usually goes to forestry as a condition, and we would defer to that condition to have further discussions with forestry. But I do want to point out that there are several other trees that are being protected. It is one silver maple that was brought up for discussion. But as I'm just stating, sometimes we can't avoid just the reality.
Please?
It is a lot severance application. Do I only get 5 minutes for all three applications? If that's the case, I will summarize. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Michael Barone. Are you there, sir? Michael Barone.
Good morning. Yes, Michael Barone.
Yeah, hello, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, Michael Barone, B-A-R-O-N-E, 66 Rhino Road, M3H2L5.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application. Mr. Barone, are you there?
I believe I have 5 minutes.
Yes, please start.
Okay, my name is Michael Barone. I reside at 66 Rhino Road and lived in this neighborhood for 40 years. We, the undersigned, do not give permission for this applications for these reasons. By proceeding with these proposals, our neighborhood will be negatively affected. The two undersized lots are out of character with the surrounding properties, and we wish to keep the integrity of this pleasant one without high-density housing. The proposal will devalue the surrounding properties and set precedents for the high-density housing. By excavating for this proposals, the existing mature trees and green space, which provides shade, privacy, and oxygen, would have a devastating effect on our environment. This proposal will impose devastating on our present street parking load and compromise the safety of pedestrians, including children from 2 elementary schools. In regards to 66 REINER, this proposal shows a rear of 64B protruding approximately 13 feet from the north side. This blocks light and produces radiant heat. Windows on 64B west side imposes on privacy and safety of my second floor bedroom windows. The 2-story deck of 64B also imposes on privacy to my north side windows, sunroom, and backyard. We, the undersigned, are in agreement to construct a single-family dwelling on this existing lot in keeping with the profile of this neighborhood. And by the way, there are 8 trees which are involved here, not just one. If you look at the survey, you could count between my lot and their lot, there's approximately 8 trees which are going to be affected. Once you start digging, you're going to infect the trees on my lot and the trees on the city sidewalk also.
Okay.
So these are the reasons.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, my question to Mr. Baroni is, what is his main concern, the privacy or the oxygen?
Obviously, the privacy, but also the oxygen. I'm sorry to say that. We do have mature trees. We're talking about 30 inches in diameter. We're not talking about 5 inches. By cutting these trees, you're going to replant, but it'll take 50 years before these trees get to there. The neighborhood is established for single-family dwellings, not this high-density home. If you look around the neighborhood, there's nowhere in this neighborhood that we have matchbox homes the way this proposal promotes. I don't agree with that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to Mr. Rubinoff. Mr. Rubinoff, are you there, sir? Mr. Rubinoff, are you there?
Sorry, I was just unmuted now.
No,
Thank you. I'm here.
Sir, if you'd like to reply to the comments from Mr. Barone.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think the one thing that's not clear to Mr. Barone is that, you know, if you look at the site plan, you can see that the rear yard of this development is almost as long as the homes, or perhaps longer than the homes. This is a large depth lot. There's plenty of oxygen and light, and this is not, whether it's, you know, he's saying 1 home versus 2 homes. There's really not, the impact would be similar in that regard, but I believe that windows are not a zoning issue. If you're at 4 feet, you can have windows. We can certainly, and certainly would be looking to, creating privacy between the homes with the windows, setting them in such a location that they're not having any direct impact, of course. But, building one single home here that, it could be 54 feet wide, it could be, without going through this whole process, it would not be in character anymore. It would be more out of character to redevelop it as a single lot than providing more affordable, reasonable homes. These are not substandard. In fact, as I pointed out, there are many examples, and I should point out, he talked about a monster-sized home the lot coverage request that we have here is for 30.9%, so less than 1%. There are several homes in the area that are built at 35%, 32%, several examples throughout. So I'm not sure that, that he's, that the impact that he's suggesting is really there. But there are several examples in the area of homes of greater density than what we're proposing. This is a reasonable request. It's on a corner. It's got suitable driveway access. It's not, it's designed to suit the slot. The final point I wanted to make was that this property is in an area where there's been a lot of redevelopment, and we do replant. If trees have to be removed, we do provide a substantial replanting plan to restore where we can, and not mature trees, not simple twigs and such. So I do understand concerns, but we, in terms of impacts, I believe that we're not excessive in any regard by any metric.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rubinoff. Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I do have some questions about this application, and regardless, it will be subject to forestry, and that's something that you will have to work out with respect to the trees and such. However, the staff report does concern me. And the reason is that I'm hearing now from, one debutante, Mr. Baroni, who says, look, this doesn't meet the character at all of our neighborhood. And then that is now compounded by a staff report that does go into detail. And I know you've provided some commentary about it, but they're really saying that, the criteria for neighborhoods requires, that the prevailing size and configuration and prevailing patterns of rear and side yard setbacks and landscape open space has to be, sensitive and gradual and meets that character of the neighborhood. And they've gone into detail to explain more about what you've already stated about, the lot frontage, etc. And it just even commenting on the side yard setbacks of like 0.61 meters, and access to the back, but it's not just access to the back. They were talking about the fact that, that there should be a separation distance between neighboring structures and, for building maintenance, things like that, and to establish a consistent rhythm along the streetscape. And for that reason, the undersized lots don't meet the character of the neighborhood. So if this does, in your eyes, meet the character of the neighborhood in the things that I've said and that planning has said and that Mr. Baroni had said, do you have any evidence to show that this is indeed the character of that neighborhood?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate your comments, Ms. Sankar. Staff, could you pull up the map that I had provided, the one with the variances and such in the area? I just want to point out a couple things on there. There's a variety of lot sizes in this area. The staff report makes it sound like it's nothing like it in the area. But on the street, and as I mentioned, directly behind this 64 REINER and across the road on the south side, also in the backyards of those homes, were severances that were creating 58 by 80 foot deep lots. Very simple, or not even that, even smaller than that. There are several examples of severances and on many streets that I've been involved with, on York Downs, on Danby, on McAllister, there's been severances. There have been on in this area, and they haven't destabilized. In fact, there's been several that that are smaller than what we're proposing. Because I also want to just point out 10.18 meters versus 12 meters. The difference between that is 1.8, maybe 6 feet difference. It's not a huge, we're in the metrics of being over 80% of what the requirement is. We're not in the 50-foot lot. And if I was in a 50-foot zone, I would say, okay, we're asking for quite a bit. But these lots are 33 where 39 and change is required. So I don't think we're really, and it is on a corner. It's not mid-block. It's not something that's causing the edge of a neighborhood. It's not on the edge of it's not in the middle of a consistent pattern on the street. There are variations on the street, but there's also a variety of these backyards that have been sold off by the two neighbors to create these mini lots in between, and it goes all up and down Yeomans. You see several of them. So I'm just saying that there's a variety of lot sizes, and I don't believe that what planning is pointing out here is really reflective of all that. It's just pointing out a lot frontage as the only metric that matters. As I pointed out earlier, our lot area exceeds it by 30%, the required.
Okay, and does that also include the side yard setbacks and the concerns that they have? Is that evident with all of these severances that have already taken place?
There are variances for side yard setback, yes, and some of them are due to being additions, some of them are due to new homes, where the reality is that it's between the buildings. The concern that they expressed is, or what the staff expressed, was access to the rear yard, proper access. And we are providing that. The corner, of course, has full access. The other side, we have 4 feet between the next door neighbor and us. So 4 feet plus his side yard as well. So we are providing adequate access to go back there. I don't believe that we're creating a situation that's detrimental.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I accept the explanations provided by the applicant here today. And so as such, I also want to be cognizant of the 5 neighbors on REINER Road that have spoken about, the tree size and all of that, the forestry concerns. So I'll motion to approve this application. I'll approve the severances, and I will approve parts 1 and 2 for the variances as well. So I'm doing it all in one. But it will be subject to forestry, so that's something that will appease the neighbors that, this can't move forward until some agreement is done with forestry. And I will also make it subject to engineering as well, the engineering report.
Okay, thank you very much. Someone to second Ms. Sankar's motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. That motion carries. Sir, your application's been approved, subject to urban forestry, city planning, and development engineering conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're now on item number 2, 342 Maplehurst Avenue. I have one person registered to speak, 2 people registered to speak. That is, the agent is Franco Romano. Are you there, Mr. Romano?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, Action Planning, 2095 Autumn Breeze for credit.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just before you start, I've gone through your file. I note that there's a number of reports on here listed with your application. There's a recommended conditions from urban forestry. There's a development engineering report of the 25th of July of this year. No objections to your application, subject to standard conditions. There's TRCA, which had no comment. It's not within their jurisdiction. Ravine Natural Features Protection, they had no comment. Again, not within their jurisdiction. We also have a report from Heritage Planning, which had no concerns with your application. And there's a letter from Councillor Filion dated the 8th of September, which is, recommends refusing the application, and there is a planning report dated the 1st of September this year, which recommends that your application be refused. I just wanted to ask her if you've had the opportunity to review all these reports.
Yes, sir, I have reviewed that, and we've been working with all of those departments and agencies diligently. Appreciate their advice and their comments.
Okay, thank you. So I take it, sir, you'd like to proceed with your application today?
Yes, sir.
If you could make a presentation then to the committee, and I guess if you could also focus on those planning comments in their report of the 1st of September.
Yes, thank you. If staff can kindly bring up my presentation slides. I have 4 slides that I'd like to walk through. And I appreciate that staff had indicated that the lot frontage is something that is represented on the street in the adjacent block, but not within the broader neighborhood and in a prevailing condition. What I do find, though, however, is that the plan report does not discuss how the subject site is the largest lot in this neighborhood. It's the largest lot on the street. On Maplehurst Avenue itself, the lots range from 9.1 meters to 15.2 meters, and the site is the exception. It is 21.9 meters, and it widens to 20.6 meters. We'll see that the site is located at the northwest corner of Maplehurst and Wilfrid Avenue. That's the first block north of Shepherd Avenue. It is on the edge. It is adjacent to the People's Church. So that's the large gray property to the east. Shown also in blue that there's a porta pack that occupies the entirety of a lot that is immediately east of the subject site on Wilfrid Avenue. If we look at Maplehurst Avenue itself, we'll find that 25% of the lots on Maplehurst are smaller than what is proposed, and none are larger than what currently exists, and none are the same as what currently exists. So the proposal on the street would actually fit in with a prevailing physical character, because the street itself is not uniform. And what we'll see even behind the subject site is that there are 2 properties. So the proposal is seeking to achieve basically the same thing that's occurring on the north side, so abutting the lands to the north. So this is an edge condition. It's not within the interior of the neighborhood. And what we'll find is that the proposal would create 2 lots. If we turn to the next slide, slide number 2, we'll see this is the survey. And it would be essentially a mirror image of what abuts to the north. There's no tree impacts, and the proposed dwellings would accommodate a lot coverage that is consistent with over 35% of the properties on the street itself. So it's not an overdevelopment in terms of lot area or lot frontage. If we turn to the next slide, we'll see in slide number 3 that the dwellings are oriented so then they line up essentially front wall to rear wall with the neighboring dwellings, and the side yard setbacks are largely 1.22 meters. There is one interior 0.61 meters along the east side for the west lot, but the smaller side yard setbacks that are reflected on the notice are to pinch points for the projections. If we go to, so not for the entirety of the side yard. And if we go to the next slide, we'll see that the wall height is only for the architectural feature and the box window at the front. That is where the 10 meters is located. Otherwise, the side walls are to eaves, which are from sloped roofs, and those are in about 7.8 to 7.9 meters, so they're much lower. The overall height variance is only to the 1952 North York zoning bylaw 7625, You'll see that that measurement goes to the midpoint of the roof from a point that is underground. Otherwise, the building height is fully compliant with the zoning bylaw for the 2013 zoning bylaw. And in terms of side yard setbacks, even along the street itself, 61% of these have a side yard setback that is smaller than 1.2 meters. And the proposal has largely 1.2 meter side yard setbacks. So those are points that I believe indicate both the numeric and the qualitative measurements that ensure that the proposal achieves a size and configuration of what fits in. Yes, and side yard setbacks that also fit in appropriately. So subject to any questions, Mr. Chairman, I submit that the application is appropriate for this neighborhood.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Romano, I notice on the site that there is an existing garage. Is that to remain?
No, the garage is to be, thank you for that question through Mr. Chairman. The garage is to be removed, and the garage is actually closer to the side lot line than the dwelling is proposed.
And where will the parking be located? On the, is this these both have integral garages?
Yes, that's 100% correct. Both properties will have an integral garage access from Maplehurst, and we've discussed, and Transportation Services has confirmed in their comments through the ECS memorandum that the access and the parking solution is satisfactory.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have an Angela or Hans Kooj, K-O-O-I-J. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Angela Coy. You pronounce it Coy, 340 Maplehurst Avenue, M2N 3C6.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, please.
In general, I do not agree to a severance of the property into creating two buildings. I think that it should be in keeping with the general neighborhood. I have already given my objections in terms of the percentages being not minor. I don't have any assurance that there is going to be a fence put in between the properties. It's really close to my property, and as it currently happens, they use my property for access to the back, etc. One last thing, I guess, there any plans for greenery? Because actually I took care of a huge, big 80-year-old maple tree that was between our properties, and I don't see any plans for replacing any greenery. There is, in terms of the driveway coming out to Maplehurst access, okay, I see it, but it is sort of a street that is angular, and traffic that comes around, whips around the corner, and you're going to have accidents. But I mean, it's your call. You've got to put the driveway somewhere. So anyway, that's it for me. I'll give you the time to somebody else.
Okay, thank you. I had a person named Hans also listed as a speaker.
You will be able to reach me, Marcel.
Just a moment. Is there a Hans there?
Yes, yes.
Hello?
340 Maplehurst, Mike to November 3 Charlie 6.
Okay, did you want to speak, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay.
In regards to the lot coverage, I understand that on the backyard, the lineup with the lots behind it are very similar, but because the east side of the property is on a diagonal, the frontage gets really squeezed. So comparing the back to what's there and relating that to the front, it doesn't translate. The front is very tight. It's the and not in line with the existing streetscape in the neighborhood. And be my biggest issue. The height of the building, I understand, relates falls into the lines that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But of course, the structure has it. Oh. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to Mr. Romano. Mr. Romano, you've heard the comments from the previous speakers. If you'd like to reply to them, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the neighbors' comments and thank them for their participation in this process. So the proposal is very much in keeping with the neighborhood context and the street context. It's integral garage and 2 levels of living above. It's exactly what we see next door and across the street and throughout, particularly for more recent construction. In terms of the fence between the properties, I understand the owner does anticipate constructing a privacy wood fence along the street, and the owner can consult with the neighbor on the I think we're looking at a different application here on the screen. The owner can consult with the neighbor on the nature of that fence, whether it's a privacy board fence or a chain link fence. And in terms of greenery, the urban forestry condition will require planting of 1 tree in front of each property on the street facing Maplehurst. And there's no landscaping variance in the front and no landscaping variance in the back. So the rear yard has basically 100% green space, ample space for vegetation to grow, trees, and so does the front. The front yard has more than 75% of the front as landscaping. And in terms of the driveways, the driveway for the west lot overlaps the existing driveway. It's actually further away from the property line, from the west property line. And the east driveway is located furthest away from the intersection as possible. And again, Transportation Services has reviewed that, and that's part of the reason why the design shows it in that location. In terms of the lot dimensions, the easterly lot is tapered, and we'll see that it tapers from about 14.65 meters at the back, and it's the 10.92 meters at the front, at the lot frontage line, and then there's a boulevard. So the perception one is going to have of that lot is of a much larger lot than the 10.92 meters, even though the 10.92 meters is larger than more than 25% of the lots on Maplehurst. So subject to any questions, sir, I submit that what is being proposed here does indeed respect and reinforce the existing physical character and reflects the prevailing physical character, particularly along the street.
Okay, sir, I just wanted to confirm, Mr. Romano, that your client is prepared to install a privacy fence along the common lot line with number 340 Maplehurst. Just want to make sure that's confirmed for the record.
That's correct, sir. That's what I had indicated.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romano. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened carefully to the applicant and also to the concerns of the residents, the neighboring residents. And I believe that a lot of the concerns have been addressed by the applicant with the undertaking for the fence. So I am going to move approval of this application subject to the planning department conditions 2 and 3 of the TPPR report, which was provided under separate cover, and also to the September 1st urban forestry requirements, which will all have to be satisfied. And believe that is my
But
Motion.
Mr. Hunt, can you tell me where are these conditions from city planning? Because the city planning report simply recommends refusal. There's no conditions attached.
No, but I think that they indicated that it was the same concerns as the first application.
Okay, but they didn't have any conditions attached.
Okay, well, if we can delete those, that reference to the TPPR report,
Okay.
and that it be subject to urban forestry.
Okay, and development engineering.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Someone to second Mr. Hunt's motion. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. That motion carries. Mr. Romano, your application has been approved subject to urban forestry and development engineering conditions.
Thank you kindly. Hope you have a good day.
Thank you. We now go to our next application, which is 339 Sutherland Drive. I have two people registered to speak. I have the agent, which is Ali Shakiri. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to, I note that there is, the only comments on file with your application is a letter from Councillor Robinson dated the 1st of September of this year who opposes your application. There are no other staff comments related to this application, but if you'd like, we have one other person registered to speak, sir. So if you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, indeed. So we're requesting to increase the floor space index. That floor space index is very well studied. We've been in contact with the planning department. If I may ask the staff to display my support material, it starts with a letter from the community planning. Basically, they are consenting to the floor space index that we're proposing. In presence of the evidence that they submitted, there are we did a case study of nearly 40 houses, most of them in Sutherland, but we went to the other streets. And I don't see my support material here, so I mean, I hope that the panel can see it. My support material, the first page, if I may have it displayed, please. And
Mr. Shakiri, we are trying to pull up your file. Give us a few seconds.
Sure. While you're doing that, which is very important for me to display, is when reading the letter from councillor, which seems like arrived yesterday, it's speaking about the wall height of 7.73 that we're proposing. That is only for one and only one window outside of this building. Okay, so I go back to my the first comment. This is the email we received from the community planning, and they are mentioning that we're satisfied with the proposed FSI. If we turn pages, there are so many other pages, like maybe like 50, 60, or so many pages, but shows nearly 40 cases of approvals of like if you kind of stop over that's for example one on 58 Sutherland approved for 1.02. That's like majorly more than what we're asking. We're not targeting that. Basically, we have a study that FSI. We just the purpose of this study was to make sure we are not setting a precedent, and we are not nearly as high as the other approvals in the area. So if we can have the drawing, my plans showing the side elevation, the side that has a window, that is basically that page A09. Yes, and you see that measurement of 7.73. If the staff can kindly point at it. That is from the established grade to top of the side window. That's one and only window we're proposing here. The rest of the eaves, you can see the measurement just beside it on the right side. That's 7 meters. So the wall height for this project is in compliance, with the exception of that side window, which is pretty common. I'm sure you've seen many other cases. Basically, and the building height, which is 8.5 meters as of right, and we're proposing 30 centimeters, very much precedented, and I have the solid evidence submitted. So I don't have any further comments, and I'd be happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Jeff Cattell. Are you there, sir?
Hello?
Yes, hello, Mr. Cattell. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Jeff Cattell. I'm representing the Leaside Residents Association, 1601 Bayview Avenue.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, please.
Well, first of all, there are letters of objection from the neighbor on Randolph, the immediately abutting lot. There are letters of objection from the councillor, as well as from the Leaside Residents Association. Now, this is very much an established neighborhood with a character, and the LRA is in strong opposition to the application. The variances is simply a very large and imposing proposal, which will be precedent-setting. And by the way, as you know, the committee is looking at these applications according to the 4 tests, and the variances here. The maximum building height, 8.5 in the bylaw, and it's 8.8 proposed. This will be noticeable from the street because the roof line of this proposal is a flat-topped mansard style, not the prevailing character, which is more of a gable in this area, with a peak. There's no peak here. It's essentially a flat roof. It makes the whole house much bigger and much more imposing on the street, projecting its form onto everybody as they go by. Mr. Shakari has tried to argue that the height, the sidewall, is only with respect to a window. Yeah, but the whole sidewalls are at the maximum allowed by the bylaw, and related to the mansard roof, they're very high. They create shadows much greater than a traditional gabled roof with lower sidewalls would create, and will be very much noticeable from the street and from the side. The height of the eaves will be higher than the adjacent dwellings. And of course, the biggest thing here is the FSI, which is 44% over the permitted. This is a 0.545 zone. The houses are smaller in this area. So in terms of the 4 tests, the variance it's not minor, based on the numbers and based on its impact on the street. Is it desirable for the appropriate development of the use of the land? No, the footprint, the massing, and the density of this proposal is too big for the site. Thirdly, is the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning codes or bylaws are maintained? No, we just looked at the variances, and they're very large, and they create a very large monster home. Fourthly, does the variance maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan, which states that no changes shall be made through rezoning minor variance that is not in keeping with the physical character of the neighborhood? The proposal fails the test. It shows a 2-story flat-topped mansard roof structure over the top of an integral garage. The proposed dwelling appears to be 3-story. which it's in a two-story neighborhood, and it fails to follow the Leaside character guidelines and, frankly, the rules of good design. So the magnitude of the proposed variances, in particular the FSI, is too great. It's not in keeping with the intent of the existing bylaws or the official plan and does not meet the test for approval of minor variance. We request that the application be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go back to Mr. Shakiri. Mr. Shakiri, you've heard Mr. Catel's concerns. If you'd like to reply to them, please.
Yes, sir. You're basically looking at the site plan on the screen with regards to the location of the house or massing of the house. If they can zoom out a little bit so that we can see this building, the proposed, between the two adjacent neighbors, which are on either side, you can see this is following the front line of both of these houses, and on the back side is perfectly following the length. So while it is shorter than the house on the south side, it's a little bit longer than the north side. And by the way, the bylaw allows the length of this building to be 17 meters. We are just not nearly 17 meters. This is 15.24 meters. We are not requesting a side yard variance, not a length. And with regards to the location of this house, is perfectly situated between the two lots. So I hear all the comments from Mr. Cattell in absence of any evidence, but we have submitted a lot of evidence of the previously approved cases in this area that confirming that we are not doing anything different than others, and that the variances in many cases are milder than the others. The wall height, I hear that they're suggesting that the 7 meter that the majority of the walls have is the maximum. I do not know what's wrong with utilizing the maximum that is allowed by the bylaw. And the architecture we're proposing here, if we go to the front page, is very, very similar to almost every new house that is being built in the area. We're not creating anything different. It's a brick house, and it has classical form. It's not a modern or something that is eyesore, and it's pretty much the same as any other new house in the area. So basically, the most important thing that I want to mention again is that we've been in contact with the planning department, which we believe that is the prime body to review any proposal when it comes to the variances. And the evidence is submitted that they are satisfied with our proposal. So once again, we are not setting a new precedent here. This is all the precedented variances. The floor space index that we're proposing is in keeping with the approvals of the COA. Not nearly close, actually, to the maximum approved in the area. Same with the height and the wall height, which I mentioned. It's for the for only the window portion of the side elevation. And by all means, if the panel wants to tie any of these drawings to the approval, we accept it. We don't mind that at all, and I think this is a very reasonable proposal. We are not creating a monster house by any means by just raising the height by 30 centimeters. That is precedented. I mean, I was just looking through my evidence. Quickly, pages 14 and pages 43, for example, that shows the wall height, the building heights that are approved in the closer proximity that are more than this. I have no further comments. I hope that the panel accepts my reasoning. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at this application, the requested variances seem fairly modest to me, with the exception of the requested variance number 1, the floor space index at 0.65. It seems on the face of it to be high, but given the evidence provided by the applicant as to some of the floor space indexes on within the neighborhood, I think it can be considered fitting in with the character of this neighborhood. I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Mr. Shakiri, your application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, committee's back in session. We are now on item number 4, 66 McGillivray Avenue. I have 2 people registered to speak. One person registered to speak. Mr. Glenn Rubinoff, the agent. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am.
Yes, Mr. Rubinoff, I note that going through your file, there are no staff comments or recommended conditions. It's pretty clear what you're asking for in the variance before us, just the one for lot coverage. Just wanted to ask, sir, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this morning?
The only thing I wanted to mention is that we did a full lot study of McGillivray, Burncrest, and Carmichael, and came up with a fairly consistent understanding of redevelopment. And we feel that this variance that we're asking for is well within what has been approved in the area, and we feel it's appropriate development for the site.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rubinoff, previously on May 26, 22, your variance number 4 was not approved, which was 37.5%. And now you are asked, and the staff are suggesting 32% should be the appropriate variance. Now you are applying lot coverage 34.9%, while it is only 30% allowed. Would
Yes.
you comment on that?
I can address it because we went back and we looked at things a lot carefully. We realized at the time that 37.5% was beyond what was reasonable at the time. And I think the response at the time was just a reaction more than it didn't feel like, because we looked at what was comparable in the area, and I think my client didn't express the reasoning of why he wanted the 37.2% or 37.5%. So after the hearing, we had a good look at the comparables in the area and realized we wanted to come back with a compromise. So we pretty much came back in between the two, but it is an area where redevelopment generally and consistently falls around 35%. And that's why we're back to request something more in keeping with what I feel is really what's represented in the area.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rubinoff, was there any follow-up discussion with the planning department regarding your request of 34.9? And if so, what was their response?
Yeah, they were completely fine with it. They had no concerns, generally because they saw that is what is in the area. So they had no concerns. And the neighbors as well. We had, I think, 13 letters of support in the previous application, even with the higher number. None of them have any concerns, of course, with the reduced number as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After listening to Mr. Rubinoff, I think I concluded, and there is no staff recommendation on this particular application. I move that this application be approved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second Mr. Khan's motion. Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously, sir. Your application's been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now on item number 5, 197 HILLHURST Boulevard. I have one person registered to speak. That is a Harris Ramrup, R-A-M-R-U-P. Are you there, sir? Harris Ramrup, are you there?
Harris, you're unmuted. You can talk.
Mr. Ramrup, are you there? Mr. Ramrup, are you there? What we'll do, I think, is I'll
Mr. Ramra, can you sign out and sign in again?
We'll move on to the next application, which is item number 7, 61 Cosmick Drive. Item number 6, 24 Southgate Avenue has been deferred. So item number 7, I have one.
My name is Nicole Parr.
Is that Mr. Ramrup? No. We're on item number 7, 61 Cosmick Drive. I have one person registered to speak. The agent is Nicole Parr, P-A-A-R. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Yes. Can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Nicole Parr, and I'm at 22 Blue Forest Drive, Toronto, Ontario, M3H4W2.
Okay, thank you, madam. I noticed there's 2 reports on file with your application. There's recommended conditions from urban forestry, and there's a planning report dated the 1st of September, which wants you to reduce variance number 2. And I just wanted to ask, madam, have you had the opportunity to review those reports?
Yes, I have, and I believe there's also a transportation report with no objection. We reviewed everything carefully, and we agreed to revise the variance for front yard setback to 8.5 meters.
Okay, madam, can you just read that into the record then? You're proposing to change variance number 2 from 9.13 meters to 8.50 meters. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. For the record, we are proposing to change front yard setback variance number 2 to 8.5 meters.
Okay, and just to clarify, variance number 2, variance number 2 currently has the proposed front yard setback is 7.77 meters, and you're proposing to change that to read the proposed front yard setback is 8.5 meters. Is that correct, madam?
That's correct, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there's no other changes to your application?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything what you're asking for in your variances, I think, is pretty straightforward. I'll just ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this morning?
No, I believe the material is complete. I would ask the committee to vote or ask any questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam, I have 2 short questions. Number 1 is regarding variance number 3. There is no transportation services letter clarifying front vehicle access while it is required from the site. That is question number 1. And question number 2 is, ma'am, variance number 5. Your height is 8.94 and it is showing 10 meters on drawing number A06. Would you like to clarify this one?
If it's possible to pull up the drawings.
Yes, ma'am, sure. You can request that.
We'll just ask staff to bring up the drawings.
So for the first question, Member Khan, was for the vehicle access. It's mostly for design function for my client. This was something that was important to him as for his family to come in from that access. They believe in Feng Shui, and they have told us from the very beginning that this was something important in their culture to come in from that side. And then for your second question, if we can pull up that drawing, please.
A06.
It's the height, correct?
Yeah, the height.
Yeah.
So the
you got
question, Member
drawing
Com, I'm sorry.
A06.
Yeah.
There.
So the question here was the measurement for height, how we achieve that measurement? If you could please clarify your question.
No, madam, my question is that a drawing is showing the 10 meter height and you are claiming 8.94.
These are the two.
Yeah, this
These
is
are two different measurements. One is for the citywide bylaw and one is for the North York bylaw, which measure height differently.
Madam, you have to go with the recent word, forgot about North York.
Pardon me?
That is the old one, not the old one, the next one, and what you are showing here in the drawing is 10 meters.
Mr. Chair, that variance is still applicable at this point and still needs to be considered by committee.
Okay, thank you. I guess there was, with respect to variance number 3, there's nothing from transportation with commenting on this particular variance. Is that correct? I don't see anything in our agenda here that shows any comments from transportation. So I assume they have no comment on variance number 3.
Mr. Chair, there was a letter that said that they had no objection to the above noted variance.
Oh, we have it? Okay, thank you. We've got it?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Great, thank you. All right, does the committee have any further questions of the speaker?
Mr. Chair, can I just quickly, Nicole?
Pardon me?
Yes.
Nicole, can I confirm who is your client?
They did make yes, she's made the revision to variance.
Nicole, can I just confirm who your client is, please?
Yes, of course. His name is Patrick Lee.
No, Madam, can you repeat your name and address, please?
No, Mr. Chair, we have another person down here. I just want to make sure that we're not missing them. Can we just park it first?
You might have Ryan Kong, sir.
Yes, I think we have that.
Ryan Kong is the builder.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? On this revised application? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I accept the explanations provided by the agent here today representing this file, and in the fact that they have addressed the September 1st staff report and concerns, sits very well with me. So I will motion to approve this application. It will be subject to the changes they made here today in that variance number 2 is increased to, I'm just looking again where I've put it, to 8.5 meters, and that this be subject to forestry. That's my motion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting? That motion carries. Madam, your application.
Mr. Khan, please.
Oh, Mr. Khan, are you in favor?
Yes.
Oh, okay, can you change, Mr. Khan is in favor. Change that vote. Thank you. So that motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application has been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. We'll now go back to item number 5, 197 HILLHURST Boulevard. I'm looking for the agent, Harris Ramrup, R-A-M-R-U-P. Are you there?
Mr. Ramrup, can you hear us? You're unmuted. You can talk.
Mr. Ramrup, are you there? one more time. Mr. Ramrup, are you there? We're going to put him at the end of the agenda, and we'll come back and deal with him then. Okay, I'll go back to item number 846 Gwendolen Avenue. I have 4 people registered to speak, and the agent is Anthony Bartolini. Are you there?
Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Anthony Bartolini, and I am located at 1204 Hill Street in Innisfil.
Okay, sir, I just had the opportunity to go looking through your file. I have, I see there's a couple of reports here from staff. There's a city planning report dated the 1st of September, which had no objection to your application, provided you build it according to the site plan drawings. There's a letter from Councillor Filion dated the 8th of September, which considers your proposed lot coverage a negative precedent for the area. So in view of the fact we have other persons registered to speak, if you'd like to give the committee a presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Okay, yeah, sure. Hello, members of the committee. My name is Anthony Bartolini, and again, I reside at 1204 Hill Street in Innisfil. So the subject property is located on the north side of 46 Gwendolen Avenue. The application proposed to construct a rear yard pool cabana and some landscaping in the rear yard. The current application is proposing a lot coverage of 43.5%, whereas the zoning bylaw permits a maximum lot coverage of 30%. The application proposes no change to the existing dwelling, which currently has a lot coverage of 32%. The proposed rear yard cabana has a lot coverage of 11.5% for a total coverage of 43.5%, just as a correction there. The application is also proposing a reduction in the rear yard soft landscaping. Currently, the rear yard soft landscaping proposal is 46.3%, whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum of 50%. As the accessory building is in the backyard, I did some studying in the neighborhood, and there is, similar accessory buildings at 54 Gwendolen, 56 Gwendolen, 60 Gwendolen, 230 Johnston, and 241 Pontes. A good majority of the lots in this area, which are corner lots, have accessory buildings constructed facing the adjacent street, which serve as garages in that neighborhood for the lots they serve. From my understanding, planning has no issues with the application, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee or corresponding neighbors may have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Sydney Daniels. Are you there? Sydney Daniels, are you there?
Willendale.
Yes, Sydney Daniels, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes. Sydney M. Daniels, 90 Stewart Avenue, postal code M2N1B4, Willowdale.
Thank you, sir. Can I get your, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Yes. They're in two areas. First is the idea of trees and plants and how you normally feel if you can do something without cutting trees and whatever down, do it. There are 24 trees in this facility, but there are 12 to be taken down. 5 of them are city trees. One of them is a large elm. It just seems to me that's a lot of carnage of botanical material for a backyard. If every house and 10 houses did that, it would be, 120 trees would have to be taken down. It just seems excessive, but that's the superficial thought that comes to me first. Secondly, it's the aesthetics and the precedent. I am a resident here, since 1969 to 3 doors down with a smaller bungalow. And I was looking at the size of this structure to be put in that backyard, and it's almost the size of my home. I've been living there in a small bungalow, and it seems to me that's a rather monstrous structure to be going up, to be covering a pool. I also noticed the roof line is sort of very rectangular, very high. It averages half a story above a fence line. I come to that conclusion at 11.5 feet above 6.5 feet, which is 5 feet, half a story. And it will be visible from anybody walking around down the street. And it's, to me, overdone. It's a huge structure, it seems to me, for a backyard. And it, to me, will be noticeable in the neighborhood. You know, one asks a question. We can make an exception in one spot, and as long as it's only one, it's less of a problem. But if 10 houses had these structures, it would be something in the neighborhood that would be odd, unusual, and change what the neighborhood looks like. So I have to use that. And I'm not willing to even accept the idea of one house like this or one structure like this. It just seems to be overkill in size. And because the roof is very rectangular and with an overhang, rather than a domed, softer roof, it presents itself much more arrogantly into the neighborhood. So those are my two thoughts, and I can conclude with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Thank you. We'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Marie Chan or Ralph Wyersba. Are you there?
Yes.
We're here.
We're here.
Yes, can I get your
Hi.
Can I get your
Marie
full name and
Chan.
address,
Can you
please?
go with that one? Marie Chan, 79 Stewart Avenue,
Okay.
M2N 1B2.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like
I
to give us
want to draw the attention of the committee to a letter of objection that we have submitted and was signed by about 20 homeowners in the neighborhood, and also an email that was sent by the West Lansing Homeowners Association with objecting to this request on the basis that they are not minor variances. I'm going to focus there, like the concerns are set out in the letter, but I'll focus today on the size. First, the lot coverage going from 32 to 43. You know, it looks like an 11% increase, but looking deeper into the zoning examiner's report, we're looking at a max coverage of 219, and that's when the max coverage is 161, the request is to cover 219. Doing a simple math, to me, that's a 36% increase. The second is the size of the cabana. It's not an insignificant structure. On the north side, there would be a wall that's 18 to 20 feet. On the east side, the wall will be 35 feet. But I understand that the same person owns the adjoining property on the east side, and hence no objection. But I believe that there would have been strenuous objection had the properties been owned by different people. So continuing on Sid's submission, we're looking at a footprint of 627 square feet and the roof square size of 723. Putting it all in perspective from my conversation with my neighbor at 75 Stewart Avenue, she's telling me that's 75 feet smaller than her house. So, like, we don't believe that this is a minor variance. And, like, I think we should have a little bit more respect for bylaws. They exist for a reason. And we don't feel that, that there should be changes that are so significant and impact not only the homeowner, but a lot of us in the neighborhood. So that's my submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any questions of the speaker? No, thank you. I have another person listed here, Ralph Wyersba. Are you there?
Actually, sorry, Ralph is my spouse. We registered both, but I have given our thoughts.
Okay, so okay. I'll move on to the next speaker then. I have a Richard Luge.
Yes, Richard Lubitschek.
I'm looking for Richard.
Yes, this is Richard Lubitschek.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, can you just sign out one of your devices and use only one? We are getting having a problem hearing you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Sir, you have to turn off. The only device you should be speaking to is your telephone, because everything else is causing feedback. We're getting an echo. So if you've got to turn off your other audio devices that are speaking at the same time. Can you hear us? Richard, are you there?
No.
Is he
Mr.
there?
Richard, you can talk with the device, your phone number, starting with 416.
Oh, Richard, are you there? Has he disappeared?
No, he's on the call and unmuted, but
I'd really not like to set this thing down and come back to it. I've already got one to do that for. Do we have an Ada Malostica there?
You just called it up again, Ada.
Okay.
Mr.
Hello,
Richard,
can you hear
we
me?
can hear you.
Okay. Can I get
You
your
could
name
hear
and
me now?
Can I get the speaker's name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Richard Lubitschek, and I am at 81 Stewart Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you could give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I think that Mary Chan, my next door neighbor, went over the size and how much we don't believe they're minor adjustments. So I'm going to focus on the fact that I believe that every neighbor should be able to enjoy their property as much as they can, so long as it's not really at the expense of myself. And I believe that this structure would infringe upon my ability to enjoy my property. I also believe that it's not in keeping with the look of the neighborhood and that it would set a negative precedence. It'll impact myself and my wife probably the most, because we'd be looking at this structure, which is approximately 20 feet in width when you take into consideration the roof line, and my lot is 41 feet wide. So, when you add that to where it would set away from the fence line, then it'll take up more than half of my lot width. It's also set to be at 11 feet 5 inches in height, which is nearly double the height of my 6-foot fence. So when I'm looking at this, I'm going to be boxed in. I'm going to be looking at a 273 square foot wall. and just to put this into perspective, I measured the size of my garage. My garage is 18 feet wide and 19 feet deep. This structure is going to be 4 inches short of 18 feet wide, so 8 inches, I believe, and just about 35 feet in length. So that, when you translate that, that's 4 feet short of double the size of my garage, and I have a 2-car garage. So this would be like putting a 4-car garage in a backyard with a 12-foot wall that I will be staring at throughout the year. And right now what we have is trees that are giving us privacy, which may be removed. We don't know. Other concerns include drainage. Where is this structure going to drain? Into my yard? We already have flooding issues. And of course, again, where does this end? I mean, what kind of precedents will this set? A large structure like this, I don't think is in keeping with our neighborhood. And we believe that going from 32% lot coverage to 43.5%, which again seems to be a 11.5 increase, which again is not minor. But when you take into consideration that the 32% of the 505 square foot meters equates to 161 square meters, and if we increase that from 32% to 43.5 of the 505 square meters, the lot coverage will be 219 square meters. Going from 161 to 219, that's like Marie Chan, my neighbor, mentioned. That's an increase of 36%, which again we believe is not minor. And our neighbors all agree, and we'd like to. We think these variances are not minor. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, I had Ada Molostic down. Does she want to speak?
No, actually, I'm a wife of Richard Lubitschek, so he already speaks on what we believe. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to Mr. Bartolini. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. Hello.
You've heard the comments from the previous speakers. If you'd like to reply to them, please.
Yeah, I'll briefly reply to a few comments that I had written down here. I know that the height was a concern. 11 and a little bit height, I guess it was just over 11 feet. I'm of the understanding that we're not going for a variance related to height. So, we're actually allowed in some sense to have a structure of this height, if that answers that question at all. The trees we've dealt with through professional arborist company, and there's been no objection from urban forestry, from my understanding. The City of Toronto allows an accessory building to be, if I'm not mistaken, 60 meters squared or 10% of the lot area. So we're not asking for too much more than that, aside from the fact that the house actually takes up essentially 32% of the lot area, which is allowed. So we're not technically asking for more than the two bylaws related to the accessory structure. If we were not in excess of the lot coverage with the main dwelling, then we would be able to have a structure that would be 60 meters squared or 10% of that lot area, which compiles very close to the structure that we have on the proposal as it stands. As for drainage, we will be submitting in the event that we do or are granted approval, we will be submitting a professional drainage plan from an engineer. Hopefully that answers most of the questions. If I missed any, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. You've got 28 letters that are of a petition against this application, and that's not very minor. And that's something that really weighs heavily on me. It's not just one or two, it's 28 individuals. As a result, my concern still rests with variance number 2. Please tell me why I should approve this variance one more time. Please explain why.
Mr. Bartolini, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was just doing a quick calculation. Yeah, my premise on that is essentially, right, if the house didn't take up 32% of the lot area, the city of Toronto does allow for an accessory building that's 60 meters squared or 10% of the lot area, which on a lot like this, it gives us a very close square footage to what we are proposing at hand right now. We're not altering, obviously, the existing building. It would just be the accessory structure that we're putting on the property. So, essentially, like I said, if the existing dwelling wasn't covering 32% of the lot, we would have to be able to put a structure very similar to this in size.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the agent, one of the speakers indicated the potential jeopardy of trees along the property line. And looking at your site plan, it doesn't appear that there's any room for existing trees to be maintained. Can you clarify whether or not that's an accurate reading of it?
Sorry, I was just muted. Yeah, so essentially in the area of the cabana, we would be using tree protection for the trees that are in that area or on adjacent properties, and then the trees that would need to be removed would be attached as part of the arborist report that we submitted with the plans.
I'm not sure that you answered the question. I'm asking whether or not those trees, there was a concern about the visibility, and certainly trees provide a buffer from visual distractions. Again, I'm wondering whether or not those trees are going to remain, or will they have to come out because of the proposed cabana?
Sorry about that. Yeah, as I mentioned, the trees that we are able to keep, it will show them in the arborist report. I actually can't, for some reason, I'm not able to load the website. So if we could bring the arborist report up on the screen, that would be helpful as well. But the trees that are affected by the cabana will be removed, which are the trees on our lot, and then any trees that our arborist said are okay to remain will be protected with tree hoarding.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I totally hear where this applicant is coming from with the fact that ancillary structures are permitted, and that would take you above the 32%. But I tend to really weigh in on what the councillor of that area is saying, and saying that, look, it's so much over the limit and that it's disrupting so many neighbors. And that's evident by the fact that you've got petitions of like 28 signatures saying this really concerns me. I don't know that it does meet the 4 tests. For this reason, I refuse this application.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. I have a motion for Ms. Sankar to refuse the application. Mr. Hunt seconds that. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously refused. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to go back, but Ms. Mozignani, on item number 5, is the agent there, Mr. Ramrup? Item number 5, that's 197 Hillhurst. Harris Ramrup. Is he not there? All right, I'll have to put him right to the end of the agenda. We'll go to our next item, item number 9, 166 Lord Seaton Road. I have 2 people registered to speak. The agent is Anushin Mozaffari. Are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Nushin Mozaffari from Hyphen Studio, representing my client at 166 Lord Seaton.
Okay, I have, going through your file, madam, there's a number of reports here. There's one from Transportation Services dated the 1st of September. They have no objection to your driveway width. There's a Urban Forestry report which is recommending deferring the application due to concerns regarding potential impact to privately owned trees. There's a report from City Planning dated the 1st of September, which is recommending modifications to your application, which you're proposing. In addition, there's also they're recommending refusing a number of variances as well. I just wanted to ask, madam, in view of the urban forestry and the city planning reports, did you want to defer your application to discuss with urban forestry, or did you want to hear your application heard today?
No, I want to proceed with my presentation and
okay, all right.
Have
then.
my application be heard.
Okay, in view of the, you have had the opportunity to review these reports?
Yes, I have
Okay.
carefully reviewed the reports.
Are you proposing to make any changes to your application?
Yes.
So if you could read those changes into the record while we're in public, please. And
Variance number 2
so can you start at the beginning?
variance number 1 maintains.
Okay.
Number 2 is
Hang on just a moment. Hang on just a what variances are you proposing to change?
variance number 2, south side yard
Hang on just a
setback
second,
is
okay.
improved to
Okay, number 2, okay, that's the side yard setback.
improved to 1.2 meter.
Well, hang on, well, what does it read now? What are you asking for now?
0.53 meter, and it's improved to 1.2 meter.
So you're increasing that to 1.20 meters.
Yes.
Okay, what's the next one?
Variance number 7,
Okay,
the projection of the box window, it's 3.66 meter now, and we are improving that to 3.2 meter.
okay, you're changing it from 3.66 meters to 3.20 meters, correct?
Yes.
Okay, next.
And variance number 11 and 12 are removed.
Variance number 11 is deleted. Okay,
Yes.
what's the
And
next
number
one?
12 is deleted as well.
I'm so-
12 is deleted.
Can you just back up? Variance number 11 is deleted. What, is there any other changes?
Variance number 12 is also deleted.
Variance number 12 is deleted. Okay. Anything more?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. We have other persons registered to speak, so if you'd like to make a presentation to the committee on what you see as the merits of your proposal. I also suggest you discuss the issue with the tree that Urban Forestry had requested a deferral on.
Sure. If you go to the first page of my presentation material, since the main issue of the planning in a staff report is about front setback, I have provided supportive materials to elaborate on this item. And the first page shows the existing house, which has similar front setback. We only have shifted encroached portion to the south side, beside the neighbor's rear yard. So the north portion is aligned with the north neighbor. As you see on the second page, non-compliance portion is only 1/4 of the building length, which only goes 1.8 meter beyond allowed line looking from the neighbor's side. On the third page, as shown on the third page, all the houses are facing Lord Seaton Road, while side setback of the south neighbor is facing the street, which is 7.72 meter at rear and reduces to 5.43 at front. With this proposed form, we are making a good transition between exposed wall of the houses on two sides, as the side setback of the south neighbor gradually increases to large front setbacks of the houses on north. So I believe the planner is treating the numbers as she refers to other similar cases, instead of considering the actual impacts of the requested variances, which is none regarding sunlight and shadow and is minor regarding a streetscape. Page 4 shows the zoning map of the property and the neighbors. As you see, exception 5 applies to our lot, which requires 1.8 meter side setback, while exception number 503 applies to other houses on north side, which additionally requires 10, 13, or even 14 meters front setback for them. In regular situation, the required front setback would be average of two adjacent neighbors, which is 7.72 meter. In this case, though, since the neighbor's side yard is on one side, only the other side is used for front yard calculation, which falls under exception number 503 of the bylaw. My point is that despite planner's comment, I believe that the proposal and its unique configuration perfectly maintains the general intent and purpose of the bylaw. If the bylaw intended such huge setback for this lot, it could easily include it in the area of the exception number 503. The purpose of the diagram on page 5 is to address front setback and length variances. As you see, the right side of the building mass is shifted forward in compared to the left portion. As the result, both parts of the building are aligned with neighbors' buildings. The front curved shaped streetscape is maintained, and also we can keep the existing pool in the backyard. So the proposed length on each side of the building is around 17.5 meter, which is slightly over allowed, and it's how the building mass is perceived in reality. Next slide shows a small portion of the building that are encroaching into the south side yard and generates the eve setback variance as well. On the last slide, the portion of the north side wall that has higher height is indicated, which is already reduced to 8% of the sidewall in back and forth with the planner. Finally, as you can see, the building's mass is very well articulated with appropriate recess and projections to match unique and irregular shape of the property and to cope with neighbor buildings configurations. We are absolutely okay if you want to tie the site plan or any other drawings to make sure that we maintain this proposed footprint. I have nothing more to add at this point. And
Madam, can you summarize, please?
Questions. Yes, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have an Amir Ali Sharifi. Are you there? Amir Ali Sharifi, are you there?
Yes, Amir Ali Sharifi, number 120 Lord Seaton Road, the south side neighbor.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, I did. Well, thank you so much for the time. I did make a one-pager, which is probably with you. Main concerns being the distance, the 180 allowed by law, and the proposed they had, which is now reduced to 1.2. But at any case, our living room, our bedroom, and everything is facing the wall that we will have in front of us. And the closer it is to our property, it does endanger the trees that we have on our fence, I mean, the green. And also there are two trees adjacent, I mean, a little bit further down on the same side that we're concerned about, the distance between the two properties. That's one point. Basically the setback on the side wall facing north. The other one, which I have mentioned in the letter, is the height of the building. As mentioned, our living room, the whole of the house is facing north, basically, or the living space. And the shadow and also the blockage that we will face as a result if it goes higher is of major concern to us. And in addition, let me see what else I had. The frontage, the setback, the front yard setback that is now requested to be reduced to 7.39, whereas 10.2 is what we see is allowed. This will further block my north side view to everything. So we wake up in the morning, we have this big wall, and I'm assuming there's no windows there. And these are the major concerns that we have as listed. We do have concerns for two pine trees. These are further closer to their pole and somewhat blocks the view from our bedroom on the second floor into their property, which are probably, I guess, 60, 70 years old. This is an old golf course, as I'm told. And those trees are close to our property, do have a very good, basically, coverage and creates privacy for both sides that I'm concerned also. And let me see. Also, one thing that, I've seen in a glance the drawings, but this is like a super modern building. So basically it's a box at the end of the day. And as I said, if it's exaggerated, if it's taller, then what is it allowed in point, I believe the height is in 0.4, then we will even have more blockage of light and view and everything altogether. It is said that the proposed main wall height to be 848. So this is what we're against. Lastly, as I said, the more the building, the front yard is reduced, it's worse for us. So this is one mainly concern also for us, the setback in the front. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to the agent. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you've heard the comments from the previous speaker. If you'd like to reply to them.
Yes, sure. Thank you. I thank the neighbor for sharing his concerns with us. As I mentioned, for the side setback, only those small triangles that are shown on the page 6 of my presentation are encroaching to the into the south side setback. And this measurement of 1.2 is measured from the property line to the pitch points of these triangles, because the property line is not parallel to the building on this side, and the rest of the building has even more setback. And the rear portion of the building contains the walkout, so there is a big recess on the side. About the shadow, since if you consider the direction of the sunlight, since the neighbor's building is located on the south side of ours, I believe we don't have any exposed shadow on their property, and the variances won't impact any of the sunlight or view for them. For the front yard, if you go to the second page, I have shown the portion of the building that is encroaching to the front setback. As you see, the majority of the building footprint is within the allowed footprint, and only this small portion is encroaching, which goes beyond the allowed front line only for 1.8 meter if you look from the neighbor's side. At the end, our side wall will be looking to the rear yard of the neighbor's property, no matter this 1.8 meter is there or not. And considering the large rear yard of the neighboring property, I believe this portion doesn't really impact the view or look of the house. For the height, the total height of the building complies with the new bylaw, and only the height of building under old bylaw is a variance, which is measured from the center of the road to the midpoint. And about the wall height, if you go to the last page of the supported material, 100% of the south side is complying with the required wall height, and those portions shown in red and blue have 23 and 44 feet side setback, so they are stepping in, and the actual wall, the actual side wall on the south side is complying with the 7.5 meter wall height. And on the north side, which doesn't concern the neighbor, the proposed wall height is limited to only 8% of the main wall. About the trees, if you look at the tree declaration page that we have provided, our intention is to save the front tree and those big trees on the side, and we are okay with the forestry condition, as our intention is to keep the trees or replace them in case we have to remove any of them.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, I'll just go back to, please note that this application has been revised. I'll just go through those changes before we anyone makes a motion. Variance number 2 has been changed. The proposed, it currently reads, the proposed south side yard setback is 0.53 meters. That has been increased to 1.20 meters. Variance number 7, the proposed box window not adding to the floor area encroaches 3.66 meters into the required front yard setback. That has been reduced to 3.20 meters. Variance number 11, which related to the front yard landscaping, that has been deleted. And variance number 12, the proposed front yard landscaping variance again has been deleted. So That's the revised application. If I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish the applicant had taken up your suggestion that they defer this application because it puts I feel like I've been put in a very awkward position. The city planning has stated clearly what they feel is acceptable, and the applicant hasn't been able to come to an agreement with city planning and also with the urban forestry. I'm going to put forward a motion to refuse the application.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. I have a motion from Mr. Kidd to refuse the application. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application's been unanimously refused. Thank you very much. We are now on item number 10. 35 Foursome Crescent. I have 3 people registered to speak. The agent is Ali Shakiri. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Thank you, sir. Just going through your file, I note that the only staff comments are from urban forestry. If you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal, please.
Yes, we're proposing a new single dwelling here. There are a couple of variances to slightly increase the coverage, the side yards, and the wall height for the side windows. It's very clear and very similar to the other developments in the area. I have submitted some evidence in support. Foursome Crescent is not a very long street, so we had to look up some other precedents in the near proximity to just make sure we are not setting a new precedent. You can review those material. I encourage you to do that. And if we go back to the first page of the support material, that yellow shaded area is the location of the existing building that is going to be demolished. That is almost the same width and the length of the proposal. And we're just basically occupying some corners that are not currently occupied. It is not generating a length variance. So we find it a reasonable proposal, and we do hope that you feel the same. If there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Jin Ying Lan, L-A-N. Are you there?
The address is 37 Foursome Crescent, which is next to the proposed new construction building.
Okay, thank you, madam. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
So I only have 2 major concerns. One is the height. Seems there's significantly increase for the height of this building, which is not a proportion look good for the street. And then all of my living space is forced to face to the backyard, and then the significantly increase of the building height will impact on my privacy because they have large windows on the second floor. In their floor plan, it's just directly look at my backyard. Also, the second concern is the drainage. So they have a walk-up basement, and then they increase the sideback of their building. So I just want to make sure the proper drainage is going to be done with this building.
Okay, any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Mark or Ellen Cohen. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Hi.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
At 33 Foursome Crescent.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Yeah, so I'm the neighbor just on the west side of the proposed dwelling at number 33. We definitely have some concerns. Number one is about the side yard, the west side yard setback. So right now there's it's about 6 feet to the property line. They have an existing pool, which apparently they're keeping. All the pool pumps and the vacuums are literally on the lot line, just on the other side of the fence. For 27 years, we've been listening to horrendous noise from these pumps. It echoes up the existing wall. Our patio, our family room, and our kitchen are probably 3 or 4 feet over on the other side. We've had previous owners, and this is the 5th owner of this house in the time we've been living here. We've tried to build boxes over it to stop the noise. It's just terrible. And now they're proposing moving the west side of the house even closer. It's just moving that pump, and assuming the pumps are going to stay in the same place, it's just going to be even worse. So we would beg the new owner to move the pumps and the whole pump house and all the equipment to the back of the yard, where it's just equidistant from all the neighbors behind on Didrikson and everybody else, and then it doesn't echo anywhere. So that is our main issue. The other thing is there is an original pine tree from the original golf course in this neighborhood right at the northwest corner on our side, but it will be literally right beside because the Ali Shakiri said they were just extending, they weren't extending the footprint, but what they're actually doing is extending out the front of the house over what is now a front porch. And that porch right now and in the new dwelling will probably be a foot away from the roots of this pine tree. So I don't know what's going to happen there. And same thing with the cedar hedge, which now runs between the two houses, which is just on our side of the property line. If they're moving the west yard setback in another 0.3 meters, again, it's going to impact that hedge. We exclusively use the side access of our house, which is on the new house's west side, our east side, because we have a family member with mobility issues, so we rarely use the front steps. So we really are in and out the side of the house all the time. And I think that's mostly it. I know Jen on number 37 mentioned the height, and I agree with her. It will be completely overshadowing our house, our backyard, and completely blocking out any sunlight that we now enjoy. And just one other thing, this house has been vacant since last December. The current owner has not once cut the grass, picked up mail, newspapers. It's all been lying there. I hope it's not an indication of what it's going to be like when they're building and the sensitivity that they have for the neighbors. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, I'll go back to the agent, Mr. Shakiri. Are you there?
Yes, sir. With regards to the first comment from the neighbor at number 37 Foursome, that the height, I wish to have the front elevation of this house displayed, if possible. And the height of this building, according to the new bylaw, can be up to 10 meters. What we have, it is the dimension that you can see to the far right. Perhaps if the staff can point at it, the far right. Yeah, that is 9.56, if I read it right, or 58. It is less than 10 meters. So why we do ask for the height variance is only on the old zoning bylaw, and the difference between the established grades, means of established grade between the old zoning bylaw and the new zoning bylaw can most of the time cause the height variance. And this one is only under the old zoning bylaw, which is measured to the middle of the roof. By no means it's adding to the allowed mass of the building when it comes to the height, and it's actually about 40 centimeters or 42 centimeters lower than what the building height can be. They mentioned the issue of the drainage. Everybody is definitely concerned about that, and for any project that includes the owner of this property, which is a client of mine, and it will be designed by a professional to just avoid. I know that's perhaps not a concern of the committee or not tied to any variance, so that will be addressed during the building permit process. The comments regarding the pool pump, actually, I have spoken to my client. I think they are actually more concerned about that because they want to live in that house. So all those equipment are going to be renewed after the building is reconstructed, and it cannot be actually, according to the zoning bylaw, it cannot be anywhere on the side. So that's a good news. I have to tell them that it won't be there. It will be changed by new equipment, and that somewhere in the backyard, at least a meter from the fence, or actually 1.2 meters from the fence in the backyard. So and it won't be definitely that noisy because it's going to be changed with the new equipment. I mean, if technically possible, I don't mind if the panel impose that as a condition. The tree and the cedar hedges on the side yard, once we remove the existing house to build a new house, the excavation is going to be to some extent that we will put the new wall. So it won't make any difference whether we have the side variance or not as it comes to those trees. And the front one, actually, we are not requesting any front yard variance. So this house is not going it is not going to have any encroachment into the required front yard. It's just a very marginal amount of 30 centimeters to the side yard, which is precedented. It's not a new precedent. The shadow they mentioned, again, this house is not as tall as it could be according to the new zoning bylaw, which is going to be remained in effect. And I'm glad that I'm not saying that we voluntarily reduced the height. It's just when we're trying to comply to all bylaws, then sometimes it is taller. We have to ask for a variance. In this case, it is fortunate that we didn't have to go even to the maximum, so it's going to create less shadows comparing to what could be done as of right. And I'm sorry to hear about any sort of mess or issue that's caused by the lot being vacant. I wasn't aware, and I will make it mentioned to my client.
Sir, can you
and this is the
summarize,
first time I'm
please?
hearing about it. Indeed, sir, I'm done. And if there is any question, I'd be more than glad to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am persuaded by the arguments from the agent. I'm going to put forward a motion to accept the application subject to forestry condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Tie vote. I'll support Mr. Kidd's motion, so that motion carries, and the application is approved subject to urban forestry conditions. Sir, your application has been approved subject to urban forestry conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We're now on item number 12, which is 5 ALDBURY Gardens. I have 6 people registered to speak. The agent is a Michael Goldberg. Are you there, sir?
I am, sir. Michael Goldberg, Goldberg Group, 2098 Avenue Road, Toronto, M5, M4A8.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm just going through your application. I noticed that there's the only staff report on file is from Urban Forestry, some recommended conditions from them. If you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal, sir.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to, we've filed within the last week revisions to the plans, and they have prompted revisions to the application and variance list. So what we have done is for the addition at the back, it was, the east setback was at 0.32, and we have increased that setback
Hang on,
to
just a sec.
0.45.
Sir, are you proposing changes to your application?
Yes, we are making it smaller.
Okay. Can you go through? Can you read them into the record? Go in order. So, are you proposing a change to variance number 1?
Yes.
Okay. So,
From
what is the change?
From 0.52 to 0.51.
Okay, so you're reducing the floor space index from 0.52 to 0.51?
Yes.
Is there a change to variance number 2?
Yes, I'm not sure what is on the screen there.
Okay, hang on just a second. Well, no, you have to read it into the record, sir, so that the public can hear it. So what are you proposing to change?
Okay, so the variance number 2 is eliminated.
Variance number 2 is deleted. And is variance
Yes.
variance number 3, is that being changed?
Yes, from 0.32 to 0.45.
Okay, thank you very much. And there are no other changes. Thank you. If you'd like
Okay.
if you'd like
So
to.
I have a presentation, if that could be put on the screen, please.
Yes, you have five minutes.
Okay, so, and if you could just scroll through to the next page, please. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. So the revised application moves the addition a little bit further away from the east lot line so that we are able to eliminate a variance and so that it aligns with the general standard in the area of 0.45. This is a small addition. On each floor, it's 198 square meters for a total on 2 floors of 396 square meters. The existing house already exceeds the 0.35. It's at 0.41, and the addition adds 0.1 to 0.51 FSI. Now, the bylaw, of course, has tolerance on this lot for change and addition. And what's of significance, I would suggest to the committee, is what is not before the committee. You have 2 variances only. What is not before the committee, we comply with height in terms of main wall height, in terms of overall height. This is a 2-story house addition. It's a 2-story house. There is no length or depth variance. We could be longer. There is no landscape open space variance at all, front or rear. So from a 3-dimensional perspective, what the bylaw anticipates and tolerates, we are generally within that area. There is no setback variance on the west side to the variance because we're next to the driveway and we have a larger setback. On the east side at 0.45, we generally align with the 0.45 standard of the general bylaw. And on the west side, you'll note that the house to the west is actually longer than the subject site, and the rear wall of the subject site to the house to the east basically matches the rear wall of the house to the east. There are objection letters here, and I'm going to suggest that the objection letters, one, in all due respect to the authors of the objection letters, I think are overstating and are not recognizing the potential tolerance of the existing bylaw to add to this house. At 0.51, And this small addition of 396 square meters, it is a modest addition. I think, quite frankly, in all due respect to the authors, I think some of the authors are overstating the variances. These areas have rear yards. We are not extending beyond the rear wall of the house to the east, and we are moderately extending beyond the rear wall of the house to the west. Just like today, they extend beyond the rear wall of this house. If you go to the area or the property data map, which I have provided, you will see that no, those are the architectural plans. I'm wondering if you can go to my presentation, if that's at all possible. Because this is my last point I'm going to raise. And
Give us a few seconds. We're pulling up.
Okay, that's the plan I was looking for. If you can blow that up, please. Okay, you can see that this is a neighborhood where the rear building walls traditionally don't align with one another. And while we are generally aligning with the rear building walls of adjacent houses with the addition, the vernacular or pattern within this neighborhood, you can see from property to property, there are differences. So it's not like this addition is creating a different pattern from what already exists in the neighborhood. So I will say there's been no objection from the planning department, and there is one letter of support from number 11, just a few houses to the east. Those are my comments, members of the committee, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, just out of curiosity, sir, your application complies the building length, building height, building depth, and height. They all comply with the zoning bylaw. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, and landscaped open space.
Okay, thank you. And the coverage as well, correct?
There is no coverage in this area. It's a gross floor area, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to the next person on the list. We have a Jenny Gillegian, Gillegean. Are you there?
Hi, it's actually not Jenny. It's Mark Kemmer. I'm a lawyer with Debbie Smith Frank at 95 Barbara Green Road. And
you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Yeah, I have to say the changes made are an improvement, but we weren't aware of them until Mr. Goldberg just set them out now. And I've looked again on the application site and I don't see them there. So what I'd request actually is, could we step down for 5 minutes so I can seek instructions from my clients on that?
Well, we're dealing with a revised application. If you'd like to comment on the revised application.
Well, in the absence of instructions from my clients on the revised application, which we weren't aware of until just now, my client's opposition, as you know, is that in this situation, it's context specific, so that while the variances may seem minor, that cumulatively and individually, given the context of my clients who live on either side on number 3 and number 7 ALDBURY, in that context, the variances are not minor. So I don't have instructions otherwise, so I maintain their opposition to the subject proposal.
Okay.
For the reasons set out in my letter, which deal with the loss of sunlight, loss of privacy, and the issue of overlook.
Sir, I'm not sure what you're asking. What is it? We have a revised application before us. Would you like to comment on the revised application?
My comment is that the revised application is an improvement, but from the perspective of my clients, I don't have further comments other than those that are addressed in my letter of 31 August, which is to oppose the application.
Mr. Chair, I believe he's representing the neighbors on either side.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Sir, can you tell us which addresses you're representing?
Yeah, certainly. I represent Ann Yu and Greg Ma at 3 ALDBURY, and I also represent Dr. Raja Gopalan and Heather Kincaid at number 7 ALDBURY. So you will have my letter on file It's dated August 31st, setting out the opposition. You also have on file their letters of opposition to the subject proposal.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And that's why I was seeking 5 minutes to seek instructions from them.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that we just go down the speakers list to give him his time to consult with his
Yes,
clients.
I'll go through the other speakers. Thank you. Does the committee?
All right, I
have any
appreciate that.
Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Robert Gill. Are you there? Robert Gill, are you there?
Robert, you're unmuted. You can talk.
Mr. Gill, are you there? Robert Gill, one more time. Are you there? Ms. Mosignani, I'm going to go to the next person on the list. We'll come back to him. I have a Heather Kincaid or an Ashwin Rajagopalan.
Mr. Chair, I believe that these are the people who were the previous person Mark wanted to discuss. So can we go to George Carrier,
Okay.
the last person?
Okay. They're not speaking?
I think there are the people that Mark wanted to talk to because he was presenting 7 and 3 ALDBURY. So,
Okay, so
this would be this person.
So they're not speaking.
They might.
We'll try them. Heather Kincaid, are you there?
Give me a second.
So thank you to the committee for your time, and thank you to the applicants for revisions in their proposal. Again, we're talking a little bit off the cuff because we didn't know about them.
Madam, slow down. Are you, can I get your name and address, please?
Sure, Heather Kincaid.
Okay, and your address?
And I live at 7 ALDBURY Gardens.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this revised application?
Sure. So again, haven't really had a chance to process it too thoroughly because, you know, we didn't know about it till now. But basically what we were sort of arguing is that, you know, really that we hope the committee will take into account the differences in our lot sizes. So we have a considerably smaller lot than our neighbors. And as a result, by having the sort of 9-meter 2-story wall, and it is still a 2-story wall, right along our property line, it is going to produce quite a lot of shadow on our deck and on our property. And unfortunately for us, because our lot is small, the affected area is a substantial part of our lot. And so it means that we can't really get relief from the wall by reorienting our yard, which is what I know a lot of people do. They start, you know, they look out the back instead of to the side, which is where our porch currently is. But we can't do that because we have such a small space. So what we were hoping to do was to have the bylaws respected, particularly on the second story, which I see is not the case in the revised plan. So that was really in order to try to give ourselves some relief from the wall, which really will kind of create a very institutional feel in our yard. And again, we can't really get away from it because we just don't have a lot of space. So we were hoping that, you know, respecting the bylaws, particularly on the second story, would help to give us some of that relief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? I'll go to the next person on the list. I have an Ann Yu or Greg Ma. Are you there?
Hi.
Yes.
So we are the residents located at the
Hang
3
on.
ALDBURY Gardens.
Madam, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name, last name YU, first name N.
Your address, madam?
3 ALDBURY Gardens.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Sure, certainly, sir. We have multiple concerns with this application. The 2-story extension will extend 2.29 meters to south, include an elevated 2.4 meters long deck, add 2 new windows to its west side, and remove the existing garage. So the new 2-story extension and the garage removal will severely reduce our existing privacy. And secondly, the new west-facing and south-facing windows directly overlook our property, especially our deck and backyard, which will negatively impact our existing privacy as well. And the last, the 2.29 meter extension down our property line and a likely higher fence for our privacy protection will negatively impact our sunlight exposure. Although we are very lucky to have a south-facing backyard, there are many tall trees surrounding the south and west side of our backyard, meaning we can only get sunlight from the east side, which is 5 ALDBURY Gardens, our neighbor. So even though we completely understand the variance are not large, however, we ask the committee to consider the negative impacts and also request extension abide by the existing bylaw. Just for one more information, the previous owner of our house only built a one-story extension to respect the needs of the previous inhabitants of 5 ALDBURY Garden. So we fully understand our neighbors wish to improve their home, but we also wish to reduce the negative impact on our home. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to the next person on the list. I have a George Carrere, C-A-R-E-R-E. Are you there? George Carrere, are you there? George Carrere, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Yes. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes. Am I coming through, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and
Okay,
address?
very good. Yes, I was just, yes. My name is George Carrere. I'm on the north side of ALDBURY Gardens at number 12.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much for the time and effort that's gone into this. My wife and I are 45-year residents of 12 ALDBURY Gardens on the north side, and we live about 50 meters from the applicant, and obviously we were included in the drop-off. And we have taken part, given the number of years we're here, with a number of committee of adjustments. And I looked at this, and we're opposed to the application with its request for variances, and it is rather surprising that the applicant would come forward today on short notice with changes that no one has seen. It alters a little bit my point of view, but we're opposed to it, and we're opposed to the request to extend the building south and adding a second story. To us, the extension of 3.6 meters and a height of 9.07 meters creates what I consider to be a massive addition, and in effect is not a minor variance. For us, by allowing the variance requests and the rear addition to the residence at number 5, we would be creating an illusion from the street that the two properties are actually not separated at all. What I mean by that, and I'm only speaking quickly not to use up to 5 minutes, we're a cul-de-sac and we have no sidewalks. And as we walk west, if we look toward number 7 and number 5, the effect of extending the wall at number 5 about 10 feet, it would give us a much reduced view down the driveway, and for a longer period of time, all we would be seeing would be a major extension of this wall. And we know the city in its planning decisions tries to avoid what I call the canyon effect or the Wall Street effect that occurs when there's no open view. An open view is practically eliminated. And if you look around the city of Toronto, we put up many tall buildings, but we always leave space between them. We avoid the canyon effect. We avoid the tunnel effect. Extending the wall, as I say, on the east side, 3.6 meters, would create this canyon effect and this wall effect. And for these two reasons, the Mass were much opposed to it. As 45-year residents, and I go back to the original plan of this cul-de-sac, the original builder of the properties on ALDBURY Gardens was started in the 1940s. Interestingly enough, the builder, when constructing number 5 on a long lot, the applicant, and number 7 on a much smaller lot, placed 5 placed number 5 about 5 or 6 feet north of 7, so that both residents, here's my point, so that both residents would enjoy roughly the same rear effect. And if you look on the map there, you can see at the back of these properties, the city, in its wisdom, is avoiding the tunneling effect, avoiding the canyon effect by moving the front property 5 or 6 feet forward, and thereby avoided these issues. What the builder wanted and this is important to my point, what the builder and I believe the city wanted when they did these homes in the 1940s was for the rear of the residence to have open areas from their back walkouts. And if you look at the proposal, at the way it is now, each of these properties, number 5 and number 7, can walk out and enjoy the benefit of the sun that pours in, the fresh air, circulate. The emphasis is on open space. We don't want to lose this open space. And a small point to remember is that the rear outdoor access is actually a kind of amenity. It's something that they enjoy, and the city gave everybody this enjoyment. Now, we know the adjacent property, number 5, they don't have any right to take away the amenity that's enjoyed by number 7. They just don't have that right. Number 7 has a right
Sir, can you
to enjoy
summarize,
that
please?
amenity. Yes, and summarize by saying that our feeling is the planning of the builder and the acceptance of this thing must be overturned by the proposal, and the city planning tells us no one has an viable right. If this application is approved, we could serve as an example to overturn the city plan and create canyons and tunnels and driveways. I've attached 2 photographs which show where the walls end now and where the wall would end if we approve this. Small point for
Okay,
30
thank you, sir.
seconds.
Thank you. Sir, I just wanted to ask, are you aware that the building length complies with the zoning bylaw?
Yes, I am.
The building
Very,
length
very
as
much aware.
proposed by the applicant complies with the zoning bylaw. So does the
No,
building
I
height.
understand that.
So does the building height.
I understand.
It's in conformity with the
I
bylaw.
understand that also. I'm talking about the effects of this proposal. I'm not
Okay.
talking about whether
All right, thank
whether
you, sir.
there are
Okay. Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll try Robert Gill again. Is Mr. Gill there?
Robert, you're unmuted. You can talk.
Robert Gill, are you there? Robert Gill, are you there? We'll try one more time and then that's the end. Robert Gill, are you there? No, he's not there. We'll go back to the agent, Mr. Goldberg, are you there?
Mr. Mark, you're
It's not.
unmuted.
Yeah, thank you. It's Mark Hemmer again, not Mr. Goldberg. But I think you have heard the very
Is
elegant
Mr. Goldberg?
explanations.
Oh, I'm sorry, hang
No,
on.
it's
just a
Mr.
second.
Kemmer.
Who are we talking with? Mr. Gill?
It's Mr. Kemmer, Mark Kemmer. I'm the lawyer for the adjoining neighbors.
Okay, so are you talking for Mr. Gill?
I'm not talking for Mr. Gill. You were coming back to me because I was seeking instructions from my neighbors briefly in terms of the changes that were made by the applicant.
Okay, all right, you can proceed. Please,
Thank you.
Sir, please don't repeat material we've already heard.
I'm not repeating material. I had already provided my submissions on it. I had requested a break, as you recall, to seek instructions from my clients. And then during that that interim period, you've actually heard from Ms. Yu and Ms. Kincaid, who very elegantly set out what the objections to the proposed variances are, even as revised. So I'm simply reiterating their position that despite the improvement in the invariances, this is going to result in a 2-story brick wall, which is not is not minor and does not represent appropriate development. So in the position of my clients, the minor variances must fail. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back to Mr. Goldberg. Are you there, sir?
I am. Thank you very much, members of committee. I'll respond to a few of the things that have been said. If we can put the site plan back on there, thank you so much. So I'm going to say, again, I think Mr. Karari had overstated the situation by calling this a massive addition. I just don't think that accords with reality. On one side, you could see it's 2.29 meters long, and on the other side, it's 3.61 meters long. That is still shorter than what the building length and building depth permits. It is still shorter than the main building wall height and the total height. So, you know, the bylaw anticipates tolerances for change. So it's not a personal interest, it's a public interest matter. And the public interest is that the bylaw expresses what tolerances there are for buildings on this lot. And in many respects, we're less than that. You could see that we have moved the addition back from 7. And quite frankly, if you scroll up on that drawing so we can see more, no, the other way, please. So we can see more of the, there we go, that's fine, thank you. On number 7, it's a driveway, and I know there's a small landing to get out to the backyard, but we don't penetrate into their backyard. And the land that is separating this site from the building on 7 is a driveway. And so the space in between is a driveway. It is 2.62 meters wide, and we're not we are not penetrating into the rear yard and at all, because quite frankly, you can see that the rear building walls basically match one another. There was a comment by Miss Ma, I believe, 3 Albury, about the removal of a garage. That can happen at any time. Our client has the right to remove this garage. That is not required to create a parking space. It's for the convenience of my client. So that doesn't reduce her privacy from a planning perspective. There was also a concern about some windows being added. The one window being added is within the footprint of the existing house. To the north, there is no new windows being created. To the south, in the addition, there is no new buildings being created. There's one bathroom window that's being created within the footprint of the existing house. And you can see where the existing footprint of the existing house is next to number 3. It is adjacent to their existing house, which is shown as 1-story stucco. It's a 2nd floor window, so it's going to look into the roof of that house. This whole business of a canyon effect, I don't buy it, just simply because the minimum side yard setback could be smaller than these. And in any event, as the chair had indicated, we are within the length and depth and height and landscape open space. We're not denying anyone the amenity of their rear yard as anticipated by the bylaw. And that's my emphasis, members of the committee. It's not a personal matter, and it's not their personal constraints. It's what's generally anticipated by the bylaw. And I think it's fair to say that in this neighborhood, this is a modest and conventionally deployed addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Goldberg, I have just one clarification to my understanding. Kindly tell me that you have applied only 3 variances, 1, 2, and 3. You have eliminated number 2, and you have modified number 1 to 0.51. And number 3, you have modified to 0.45. Is it true?
Yes, sir.
Thank you kindly.
Any further questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go back. If I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Please note that variance number 1 Floor space index has been decreased from 0.52 to 0.51. Variance number 2 is deleted. And variance number 3, the second-story rear addition setback of 0.32 meters has been increased to 0.45 meters. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, after listening to Mr. Goldberg as well as the people in opposition, and there is no staff recommendation for this. So I find that variance number 1, FSI, is plus minus 32% more than the maximum allowable. And this does not comply with the zoning bylaw, and it fails and it puts up a massing built up in the area, and it is not minor. And variance number 3, which is east side, second story setback, modified to 0.45, still not complying with the zoning bylaw. So I move this application be refused.
Mr. Khan, just to clarify, are you recommending this application be refused?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, I have a motion for Mr. Khan to refuse the application. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? There's a tie vote. I won't support that motion. Can I get another motion, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the application as revised is a good compromise for this property. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application as amended. We've read the changes into the record. I think. Do you want me to go through those again?
No, that's not necessary, Mr. Kidd.
Yeah. Okay. And I'd like to make it subject to forestry condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Ms. Sankar and Mr. Khan dissenting. That's a tie vote. I'll support Mr. Kidd's motion, so that motion carries. Sir, your application's been approved subject to urban forestry conditions.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. We're in item number 13, 589 Sudan Avenue has been deferred. We're on item number 14, which is 340 Kingsdale Avenue. And I have one person registered to speak. That's Ali Shakiri. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Okay, Mr. Shakiri, I've just gone through your file. I note that there's two reports listed. There's recommended conditions from urban forestry. There's a city planning report dated the 1st of September that has no objection subject to a condition. If just wanted to ask, it's pretty clear what you're asking for in the 4 variances we have before us. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, sir, this is Villadale area. We've seen the recommendation of the planning and the forestry, all acceptable to us, and no further comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I think that the application is pretty self-explanatory. I do believe it meets the 4 tests. And so for that reason, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I'll make it subject to forestry and subject to the September 1st condition of the staff report that the proposal be built substantially in accordance with the east and west elevation drawings submitted to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries, sir. Your application has been unanimously approved subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions.
Thank you.
Next up is item number 15, 167 Harlandale Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is Ali Shakiri. Are you there, sir?
Yes, it's still here, sir. Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East, for the record.
Thank you, sir. I've just gone through your file. I note there's 2 reports here. There's an urban forestry recommended conditions, And there's one from City Planning dated the 1st of September, which has no objection to your application, subject to a condition. You have 5 variances before us, but it's pretty clear what you're asking for. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
Well, this is very similar to the previous application. Same size of lot, same area, and sort of same variances. And I have no presentation for it. Be happy to answer if any question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to move a motion to accept this application, subject to the September 1st planning report, in which it places a condition that it be developed substantially in accordance with the east and west elevation drawings attached to their report, and also the September 1st urban forestry requirements.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second Mr. Hunt's motion? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Shakiri, your application has been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions.
Thank you very much.
Item number 16, 656 Oriole Parkway. I have one person registered to speak. That is a Megan Barrett. Are you there?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Megan Barrett, are you there?
I am, sir, but I do not represent the applicant in this case. I represent property owners. So perhaps the applicant should speak first, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Madam, are you speaking for the owner?
No, I am speaking for the neighboring property owners.
Okay. If I can get your address, please.
I'm a lawyer at Airden Burles. My work address is 181 Bay Street.
Mr. Chair, the Vasil Gunban is not on the call. If you're there, please raise your hand because I cannot see. I don't have Vasil.
Okay, well, we had Megan Barrett down as the.
Yeah, but she's not the owner, not the agent.
Okay, but she's not. Okay, so. So is there a Vasily Gunban there? We'll have to defer it. We'll have to. And we'll stand it down because we've got two stood down now. Okay, we're now on item number 17, 175 Franklin Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is Anthony Del Grosso. Are you there?
Hello, yes, it's Anthony Del Grosso, 406 Horsham Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just going through your file, I note that we have one report on file from City Planning dated the 1st of September, which has no objection to your application, subject to a report, subject to a condition, pardon me. And I have, just going through here, you have one variance before us for side yard setback. Pretty clear what you're asking for, sir. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, I have nothing more to add, and we do agree with the condition from the staff.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm taking and reading the recommendation from the staff, and they are proposing that the carport remains unenclosed, and the proposal be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawings and the west side elevation drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment. Excuse me, attachment 1 and 2 to this report. I move this application be approved.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion for Mr. Khan to approve the application. Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved, subject to city planning conditions.
Thank you, committee members. Have a great afternoon.
Okay. Item number 18, I have, it's 12 Noel Avenue. I have the agent, Will Hudson. Are you there, sir?
Yes, good afternoon, committee. Will Hudson of Hudson Architecture. I'm the architect and agent for the owner.
Okay, just a moment. Sir, I've gone through your report. I know there's we have one comment on file from Transportation Services dated the 1st of September, which recommends deferring the application because they want some additional information provided on the plan. I wanted to know, sir, if you wanted to defer the application to discuss it with Transportation Services, or would you like your application heard today?
Yeah, we definitely like to proceed. So the committee's aware the new driveway is actually further away than the existing driveway, and we believe that we'll comply with the clearance requirement that's being requested by Transportation for the pole that's in the public right-of-way.
Okay, so realistically, then those conditions that that information that Transportation Services is looking for on your plan could actually be made a condition of approval. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes, we're fine with that.
It's pretty clear what you're asking for in the two variances that you have before us. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, I think I'd just like to emphasize that the proposal has been canvassed widely in the Bennington neighborhood. It's enjoys support from adjacent neighbors, the neighbors across the road who are definitely the most affected by what's being proposed, and even the Bennington community has been made aware of what's being proposed, and they're fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hudson, just for my clarification, variance number 1, landscape, front landscape, 55.74%. Is it the existing one, or will it be the condition with the new proposal that you have?
It's slightly confusing part of the bylaw, but basically we will be substantially similar to what's already there, with the exception that there's a pathway now from the street up to the new porch rather than alongside the driveway. So there is a change in what's proposed, but I think it's important to emphasize that a lot of the boulevard area, which is beyond the private property, is being soft landscaped. So it appears to be there appears to be less soft landscape than there actually is as part of the landscaping for the property.
In this less landscape, front landscape, is driveway extension is included or remains the same?
Well, the new driveway is almost identical in width to the existing driveway, but it's excluded from the calculation.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that there's no objection from city planning or from any of the neighbors, I feel this application meets the 4 tests for minor variance. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application and make it subject to approval by Transportation Services.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved, subject to approval from Transportation Services.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Back on item number 19, which is 159 Cortleigh Boulevard. I have two people registered to speak. The agent is Ty Rook. Are you there?
Yes, sir. It's Tay Rook, planner for the owners of the property at 159 Cortleigh. And yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, sir. I note that the gone through your file, there are no staff comments or recommended conditions. If you'd like to, we have one other person registered to speak, so if you'd like to give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Sure, sir. I had provided some presentation slides at the committee's leisure, if they could put that up. But the proposal before you today is to construct a new two-story dwelling on the subject site. What you see on this particular site is that it's a bit of a unique situation or unique character of a particular site in the sense that it is a shorter lot. It has less area than other properties within along Cortleigh and all around the surrounding streets. There are three variances before you, one for the front yard setback, second being for the FSI, and the third being for building height under the old pre-existing zoning bylaw for the City of Toronto. In terms of the structure itself, it complies with the overall height and height requirements under the new bylaw, so there is no variances for that. In addition to that, what you find is the front yard setback is the area that's been highlighted in green on the site plan in this right area. It's a very small portion of the front house that's been proposed that encroaches in the front yard area. But if you also look at the property, the area context map that was before, I was on the screen before, what you see is that the character of the neighborhood is where it doesn't have a specific straight line in terms of a consistent front yard setback. There's a bit of a seesaw pattern in terms of the front yard setback that are pre-exist within the neighborhood today. So the proposal does not seek to create a situation where the house is protruding too far out from the adjacent properties. Rather, it matches the inconsistent nature of the front yard setbacks in the area. As for the FSI, the proposal is seeking a variance for 0.68 times the area of the lot. What you see before you is properties that exceed 0.6 in terms of GFA or FSI. In addition to that, there have been properties in the area that has been approved for 0.69 up to 0.69 in the area as well. Within the immediate, just to the north on Lytton, also 163 Cortleigh at 0.63, 38 HILLHURST at 0.62. But I think what the important aspect of this proposal is that the reason for the higher number is 0.68 is because of the fact that this is a shorter lot in comparison to the other properties in the area. And in addition to that, you'll note that there isn't any variances related to side yard setbacks, building height, rear yard setbacks, only the front yard setback, and that was to achieve a larger rear yard, all the while maintaining the consistent build pattern in terms of front yard setbacks in the area. There have been also, what I should let you know is that there have been various and very fruitful discussions with neighbors in the area who had opposed this application. And there was a letter submitted yesterday, September 7th, that was signed by Mr. Alan Hutton and also Cindy Finley. And what this letter is that my client and the neighbors that are opposing this application would request that if the committee were to approve this application at the variances being proposed, that there would be specific language in that decision explaining why this is the 0.68 times FSI would be acceptable because of the unique nature of the property being a shorter property and having less area. And because of that, the 0.68 would be acceptable in this particular case, but not necessarily acceptable in other properties along Cortleigh or throughout the surrounding area. So we would request that language be, my client and the neighbors would request that language be put in the decision if this application is approved. I'm sure Mr. Hutton would be speaking to this further, and if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them at this time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have an Alan Hutton. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Alan Hutton, 203 Cortleigh Boulevard.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. As just mentioned, we will withdraw our objections if the letter of agreement with the current owner, which has been signed by myself, Cindy Finley, and the owner, is incorporated into the file so that this does not become a precedent for the neighborhood. And we've seen with other applications, I went through quite a difficult one at 205 Cortleigh Boulevard that was unanimously refused by the Committee of Adjustment. And it was at a smaller requirement than this 0.68 and was unanimously refused. So we are trying to be very sensitive to the fact that developers are coming into the neighborhood, buying properties and pushing the variances in every direction based on precedents. And we don't want this to be a precedent that compromises our ability to challenge other applications in the future.
Sir, the committee doesn't deal in precedents. We deal with each application on its own merits.
Well, thank you, sir. It's interesting that the earlier comments from people do talk about the other houses on the street and where they sit, and those tend to be included in the arguments for the applicants. So we're just trying to protect the neighborhood in consistent with OPA 320 to be respective of the existing character, and that this not to create a situation that opens up even further development, which would impact this character. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, I'll go back to Mr. Rook. Mr. Rook, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
If you'd like to respond to the previous speaker.
Yes, sir. I don't want to repeat basically what I said before, but the desire of my client and also the neighbor is to, if the committee decides to approve this application, that that language be provided, that it recognizes the unique character of this property being a smaller area, smaller size, and smaller depth, and as a result of that, the 0.68 approved FSI would be appropriate on this particular property. And so I would reiterate that what Mr. Hutton had said, and the wording is provided in the 5th paragraph of the letter that was submitted on September 7th, which was yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to both sides, and I'm of the opinion that although there is no staff recommendation for this one, but I find variance number 1, the front yard setback is less, and I find variance number 2, FSI is 49% more than the maximum allowable, and variance number 3 exceeds the maximum height of 10 meters. Therefore, I find all these variances are not complying the zoning bylaw and the official plan. Therefore, I move that this proposal be refused.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Khan to refuse the application. Can I get someone to second that? No, 1 second. Can I get someone, another motion? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share Mr. Khan's concern with the floor space index. It does seem very high, but I accept the explanation from the agent that this is an atypical lot for this area. I think the variances can be considered minor, and I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application. Mr. Chair, with regard to this, the agent asking for a letter noting the unique nature of the lot. Can we do that, or as far as I'm concerned, this is a decision that affects only this lot, and
Mr. Kidd, I don't believe we can do that. It's not within our purview, but I'll refer that to the Secretary Treasurer.
Mr. Chair, we don't put personal notes of any sort if it kind of construes any sort of agreement. You've already said that the committee does not look at precedents when they make their decision.
Thank you.
That's right. Yeah, this proposal is strictly for this lot.
That's correct. Oh, Mr. Kidd, we lost your voice.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to put forward that motion without condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Kidd to approve the application. Someone to second that? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. That motion carries. Sir, your application has been approved without condition. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We're on item number 20, which is 169 Blythewood Road. I have one person registered to speak. That's a Katie Che, C-H-E-Y. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm Katie Che. I am representing the owner applicant, Georgia Capellas.
Okay, thank you, madam. We have your application before us. I've gone through your file. I note that we have no staff comments or recommended conditions associated with your application. We have one variance before us for floor space index. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I'll just ask, madam, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this morning?
Just that we actually received two pieces of from our neighbors that came in rather late. One is directly from the next door neighbor at 163 Blythewood, Karen Thomas, and the other one behind 90 Stibbart, Valerie Lemont, and both of them are in support of this project.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this one is a straightforward application, and I move this application be approved.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Khan to approve the application. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application has been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, committee.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to go back. There's a couple of that are still on hold here. Item number 5, 197 HILLHURST Boulevard. We are looking for the agent, Harris Ramrup. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Harris Ramrup,
Hello?
are you there?
Yes.
Okay, can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Harris Ramrup, and the address is 103 Bellman Avenue.
Okay, it's very hard
Toronto.
to hear you, sir. Your voice is breaking up. Can you speak into your phone? Don't use the speakerphone.
It's 103. It's Harris Ramrup, 103 Bellman Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Going through your application, sir, I note that there are no staff comments or recommended conditions on file with your application. You have one variance before us. It's related to rear yard soft landscaping. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
Not really. The variance is minor. We didn't calculate the spacing between the bricks, so we are very close to what the soft landscaping is required. We're just short by a few percentage, and that's due to the type of material we're using, and the city does not recognize the spacing between the brickwork. So we are basically there. So it's, in my opinion, is very, very minor, and it should be allowed as reasonable within the intent of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move approval of this application with no conditions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second that? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you. We're back to item number 16, 656 Oriole Parkway. I have
Hello,
one
can you
person,
hear me?
I have one person registered to speak. That is a Vasily Gunbin, G-U-N-B-I-N. Are you there? Vasily Gunbin, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you give us your full name and address, please?
Oh, yes, certainly. My name is Vasily Ganbin. Address is 444 Church Street South, Richmond Hill, L4C8T5.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just gone through your application here. I note there are no, the only comments we have are from Urban Forestry, which has a recommended condition. In terms of pretty clear what you're asking for and the variances that we have before us. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
I would like to comment on the item number 4. I'm aware that my client had a conversation, had contacted to the neighbors of the property 654 on the Oriole Parkway. They have a mutual driveway, the right-of-way between their houses, and the neighbors, they can cease to maintain this right-of-way. And considering this, my clients agreed to maintain 1.22 side yard setback.
Hang on just a sir.
Remove two.
Sir, are you proposing
Hello?
to make, sir, are you proposing to make changes to your application?
Yes, we were proposing to
sir,
make
if you're proposing to
minor changes to the application.
If you're proposing to make changes to your application, can you identify to the committee, go through your application, start at the beginning, and tell us which variances you're proposing to change?
Yes, actually, we not. Oh, sorry. It was mistake. We're not proposing to change any requested variances, but we would like to propose changes to the proposal design, which is not effect. Actually, it's effect.
Sir, if you're not proposing any changes to your application, and the variances are all the same that you're asking for, correct? You're not proposing to change them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
So is there anything you'd like to tell the committee regarding these variances that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon? Don't muddy the waters
Yes,
about
I would like
talking,
to.
just focus on these variances you're asking for.
Yes, yes, yes. I just would like briefly to comment on requested variances. The variances number 2, 3, and 9. There are 3 requested variances for the proposed north side yard setback of 0.71 meters for the front porch, front balcony, and for the dwelling itself. The requested side setback is 0.9 meters as per the zoning bylaw. There is a, as I mentioned, there is a right of way in the south side yard. The width of the right of way in my client's property is 1.22 meters. My clients contacted to the neighbors, owners of the property 654 Oriole Parkway, and they declined my client's proposal to reduce the right of way on my client's property to 0.9 meters. Also, the neighbors didn't agree with proposed encroachment of 0.02 meters into the side yard setback. Considering these requirements, we would like to maintain the proposed dwelling layout. What does my client like and approve? And we are proposing to reduce the north side setback to 0.71 meters.
Sir, I asked
Yep.
you at the beginning, are you proposing to change your application? Are you proposing to make
No,
changes
I
to
just
your
would like to
variances?
comment. Oh, sorry, it was, no.
You're not?
Yeah, sorry, I confused. No.
Okay, then don't go in. If you have anything to add to the application that isn't contained in the variances we have before us, that's pertinent, that is related to these particular variances, then please tell us, but not the extraneous stuff. We don't need to hear it.
Mr. Chair, there is
I just would like to comment and support these requested variances. If it's not requested, I want to state that there is no changes to variance proposed.
Mr. Chair, there's another speaker, so he should make a presentation.
Okay. I think sir, I think you'd better give us a presentation on what you're proposing to do. I also suggest you focus.
Okay, sorry.
So I also suggest you focus on your justification for why you should have 3 stories instead of 2. And your FSR.
Yeah, that's sorry, Mr. Chair. I just started my presentation and went through all the variances. But if you'd like to concentrate it on the variance number 6, I can comment it. During the design, we found that existing lot is not large enough to build a reasonable big 2-story home that fits the needs of my client's family. This is why I proposed a 3-story house where the owners can live with their 2 children and work remotely. Also, I would like to take in consideration that it was previously issued notice of a decision for minor variances, and these variances were permitted by North York Committee of Adjustment. So, I would like to point that there are already built several 3-story dwellings on the same neighborhoods on Oriole Parkway, and I would like to refer to the notice of decision issued on June 11, 2020. For the 678 Oriole Park, and also the notice of decision issued July 9th, 2020 for address 695 Oriole Parkway. It was the same variances permitted. So basically, in support of these variances, I would like to refer to previously issued notices of decision, which is similar variances were approved. The variances number 4 is for the proposed front yard softscape is 70.92%. The required minimum front yard softscape is 75% as per the zoning by law. The reduction of the required soft landscape was due to the placement of the proposed stone driveway and also the long walkway to the front porch with the steps. And as I already tried to mention, that owners of the property, my clients were contacted to owners of the property 654, which are neighbors on the south side, and where they share the mutual driveway, right of way, and the owners of that property, the neighbors, they concede to replace the proposed soft landscape, which is located on that right of way with the hard landscape. But like to maintain the proposed soft landscape area of 70.92%, we would like to propose using a permeable interlocking concrete pavers, which will maintain natural hydraulic balance and will not block access to the existing right of way for vehicles.
May I ask a question?
I'm sorry.
Yes, certainly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would.
Mr. Khan, just a moment. Mr. Khan, can we let the speaker finish first?
Okay.
Mr.
Sure.
Gunman, are you finished, or you have more to add?
I would like to just briefly comment on the next variances. Also, there is variance number 5 and 10, that the requested variances is for the proposed dwelling height is 10.62 meters. The permit maximum height is 7.2 meters as per zoning by law. And as we previously mentioned, like variances for 3-story dwelling require 10.62 meters. And also I would like to ask to take in consideration the previously issued notices of decision for addresses 678 Oriole Parkway and 695 Oriole Parkway, where the similar variances were approved accordingly 10.85 meters and 10.06 meters. The next variance is number 7. The requested variances for the proposed floor space index is 0.99 times the area of the lot, and the permitted maximum floor space index is 0.6 times at the area of the lot as per zoning by law. This is actually following from the previous mentioned requested variances for 3-story house, and also I would like to refer to previously issued notice of decision for addresses 695 Oriole Parkway. Variance number 12.
Sir, can you summarize, please?
And the last item I would like to mention, and the requested variances for proposed platform area 14 square meters at the 3rd floor. The permitted maximum area for each platform is 1.1.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm addressing through yourself, the speaker. Sir, you have been speaking so many numbers. I couldn't figure out what you are talking about. And you have confused me. I mean, I would like to know your identity. Are you an architect? You are an agent? You are an owner? Or who you are?
Yes, I'm a designer for this property, and I'm sorry that I wasn't maybe clear, but I mentioned the numbers for the variances was submitted.
Mr. Designer, our chairman asked you in the very beginning if you have any modification to the 10 variances that you have submitted before us. You did not speak. You're starting talking, you're saying you have no changes, but you are talking about the changes. So I don't know what you're talking about.
As I understood, the question was that if we proposing any changes for already requested variances, and I answer not. That was my understanding. If it was a misunderstanding, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. Mr. Kidd, you had a question? We can't hear you, Mr. Kidd.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask Mr. Gundin if he's had a chance to read the letter from the lawyer at Aird & Barreless.
Yes, I did. As already mentioned,
four significant encroachments over the neighbor's right-of-way, but you didn't address any of those in your presentation. Can you do that now, please?
Sorry again for misunderstanding, but okay, I already mentioned that, but I think I can speak about this again. As I said, my clients agreed to set the south side yard setback to 1.22 meters to maintain the right of way. Also, my clients agreed to remove 2 well windows on the south side between the neighbor property and their house. And for proposal of maintain the right of way, the hard landscaping, and at the same time to maintain the proposed area of soft landscape, I'm authorized by my client to propose to using the permeable permeable pavers, which will maintain the hydraulic balance and also not be blocking the access to the right of way to vehicles. And also we agreed to move the retaining wall, which adjacent to the right of way, to the setback 1.22 meters. So, like in this statement, we confirmed that we would like to satisfy the neighbors' requirements.
If you change the if you take the soft landscaping out of the mutual right of way, you affect the variance number 4, the front yard landscaping.
But can you we proposing to use permeable pavers, which is which will maintain the hydraulic balance of the property.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Can I get a motion on this application, please?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Khan?
Mr. Chair, we had Megan on the call.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, hang on, just a moment, Mr. Khan.
She's the agent representing their residents, neighbors.
Okay. I had her down as the agent for the applicant.
No, she's the neighbor's agent.
Okay, all right. Can we, Megan Barrett, are you there?
I am, sir. Good morning, or good afternoon now.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Certainly. My name is Megan Barrett. I'm a lawyer at Aird & Barreless, and my business address is 181 Bay Street.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, thank you, sir. So I act for Jose and Alexandra Soriano, who own the property at 654 Oriole Parkway. And thank you for putting my letter on the screen here. You can see I've outlined or highlighted the location of the mutual right-of-way on page 1 of my letter, which my clients share with the applicant. Could you please turn to page 2? The issue that my clients have is that the plans submitted by the applicant show several encroachments into the mutual right-of-way that would interfere with my client's rights under that right-of-way. Now, I heard the applicant's agent suggest that modifications could be made or would be made to the plans, but they have not been made to any version of the plans that are before the committee. And in order to secure that commitment from the applicant, I have suggested a condition that the committee could impose. and I want to talk about two things. One is the condition, and I have a modification to suggest to the condition. And the second is the applicant's suggestion about the permeable pavers within the right-of-way. Sir, my clients or members of the committee, my clients did not get advanced notice of these suggested encroachments into the right-of-way. They do not consent to them. They continue to not consent to any work being done into the right-of-way. And my client's position is that that is in violation of their rights under the right-of-way. And we have made that position clear to the applicant. So I just want to be clear that the permeable pavers that are being suggested by the applicant is not a solution that my clients have consented to. And the way that I propose to deal with this, members of the committee, is to impose the condition or a modified version of the condition that is on page 3 of my letter. If you could please turn to page 3 of my letter. Thank you. So this condition, which is indented in the text as the second paragraph, is what I would suggest that the committee imposes a condition if they choose to grant the requested variances. And what I've done in preparing this condition is describe the extent of the right-of-way and indicate that this area shall remain free and clear of any soft landscaping, retaining walls, or other structures, including window wells. And instead of the last section, I would ask that this condition be modified to say that would interfere with the rights granted by the right-of-way. And sir, sorry, members of the committee, in my submission without this condition being added to an approval of the variances, the committee should and must, in my submission, refuse the variances because they permit a proposal, a development that is unlawful and therefore an undesirable use of the land. It is the applicant's onus to prove that all 4 parts of the test have been met, and absent this condition being imposed on the proposal, on the variances, those 4 parts, the one part of the test with respect to the desirable use of the land would not be met. I am happy to answer any questions that the committee may have on this point.
Okay, Madam, could I ask, would you be in favor if this application was deferred so that you could discuss this matter with the applicant?
Sir, upon filing the letter with the committee, my clients also reached out directly to the applicant with a copy of the letter immediately and said, let's have discussions. I won't obviously disclose the content of those discussions, but I can advise that they have been in discussions for several days. And I will just say to you, sir, that I am here asking for the condition and saying that my clients don't consent to anything being built within the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Lawyer, my question is, what particular variance you have in mind that we should look into?
Sir, if this were a matter where you had revised plans in front of you showing exactly the modifications that the applicant's agent was suggesting, I would be asking you to impose a condition that the applicant build substantially in accordance with the plans. And that could have been achieved if a deferral was requested and granted in this case. But since you have the application before you and the request before you today, as an alternative, what I'm requesting is that the committee impose the condition as I've indicated and modified as an alternative. So I think it's important for the committee to consider the legal issue here, which is, again, that the variances, when taken as a whole, permit a development that is not a desirable use of the land, and that's where the variances must fail in my submission.
Madam Chair, a committee can put the condition if in front of them there is a variance in particular. You have to give me the number, variance number, so that we can put the condition. How can we put the condition when there is no variance?
Sir, it would be similar in my submission to the type of condition that the committee imposes when it requires an applicant to build substantially in accordance with plans that are before it. But since we don't have those plans.
Hang on just a moment. Mr. Khan, the Secretary Treasurer would like to respond.
Mr. Chair, through you, if you impose that condition, you really need to understand what it means. In absence of a clearance agency for that any conditions imposed, it would be the zoning examiner that is clearing that condition. I'm not sure the zoning examiner is within his or her capacity to do so. Any conditions you add to a decision needs to be cleared before a building permit is issued.
Basically, I think if I can summarize, it's a little bit outside of our jurisdiction. If can I get any further questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Mr. Chair, I think we need to follow our due diligence and due process. I think the applicant needs to respond to, or the agent needs to respond to what Ms. Barrett has just spoken about, and I would like to also ask him a question.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Sankar, you had a question? Oh.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I didn't have a question. You asked for a motion, and I feel we need to hear from the applicant or agent on their response.
Yes, I'm sorry,
as due process, please.
I'm sorry, we got caught up in the the jurisdictional stuff. I'm sorry. Is the applicant there?
Vasil, you're unmuted. You can talk.
Hello,
Hello,
sir.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
You've heard from the previous speaker. Can you respond, please?
As I understood, the requirement of the neighbors of the property 654 is to maintain access to the mutual driveway, which is we satisfying. Like I don't understand just why the permeable pavers are going to be obstructions for the vehicles, because they widely used for parking for driveways. This is my point.
Sir, you understand you understand that you have a mutual right-of-way that you have to keep unencumbered, which means you can't have anything in it, but you're proposing encroachments. So you understand that's a serious legal issue.
As I said, we are ready to revise the drawings to keep the mutual driveways clear of 1.22 meters. As I already said, to move the building by 0.02 meters.
And I asked you this at the beginning. In order to do that, does that require that you change the variances you have before us today?
I think if we propose the permeable
Sir, just yes
paver,
or no. Yes or no.
No.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, and I know this has been a very long morning session, so I'll make this quick, but I just feel that it needs to be said that I think that there seems to be a language barrier going on with this agent and with us, and I think that there's certain processes that he's not understanding or interpreting, and I want to give him the benefit of the doubt with that, because as it stands right now, Mr. Vasily, your application is not looking very good, at least to me as a member. And I don't want to go about refusing this right away if I know that there seems to be barriers in terms of interpretation language. I want to give you the full extent of understanding what you are saying to us, because I think you're not understanding the process as well. So I want to suggest, and you have to tell me yes or no, are you able to, would you like this application deferred? Would you consider a deferral so that you can meet with planning staff, you can meet with the neighbors, have further discussions and make whatever changes are necessary, and then come back to us with a more succinct application that you can thoroughly explain? Because to me, as it is right now, I can't approve this. So it's something that I'd like to throw out there. Is that something you're open to?
I'm sorry for misunderstanding, but like as I said, the changes to keep the mutual driveway are not listed in this application for the variances we requested.
Sir,
am I
I
right?
just want to ask, it's yes or no. Would you like a deferral, or would you like us to make a decision today? I'm offering you an opportunity based on what's happening.
Ms. Sankar, can the secretary?
Yes, I agree. I agree for deferral. I agree for deferral.
Okay.
Sorry,
thank you.
Mr. Chair, I didn't want to interject on your role. I just needed to say that I just didn't feel that he understood fully what was going on.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sankar.
Yes, I said I agree for deferral.
Okay, if we could get a motion on this application, it appears the applicant's asking for a deferral. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After considerable discussion, and I think that there may have been some misunderstandings on both sides in terms of what we were trying to achieve, I would make a motion that this application be deferred sine die to give the agent and his clients the opportunity to attempt to resolve issues and come back with a clear application.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second that motion. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. Sir, your application's been deferred to the next available meeting so that you can discuss with your neighbor the serious legal issues concerning the mutual right-of-way. Good luck, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that ends our morning session. We'll break for 45 minutes and we'll come back. Thank you for your patience.